Alright, we're gonna get it started here. Hello, it is Monday. I am back from the reptile show / expo, depending on how you want to call it, I guess. But yeah, it was the NARBC, the North American Reptile Breeders Conference. It was really fun. We always have a really good time. I'm tired today. It was 3-4 days of just reptiles, meeting people that we only really see at that show. Spent the time with my dad too. It was just me and him this time. In the past, my mom's gone, my wife is gone as well. So this time they didn't go, but it was just me and my dad. So it was really fun. Ended up getting a couple new geckos. One is just a morning gecko that got added into my collection of morning geckos. It was a good deal on it, so I was pretty excited. Frogs? No frogs. I did see the frogs with butt cheeks, though. Little desert rain frogs. I saw some. It was the first time I've ever seen them in person. I didn't get a picture. It was so busy there. It was really hard for me to get pictures and all that stuff, but I saw their little cheeks. Their little dump trucks. It was cool. They're cute little things. They're tiny. But I had never seen them in person. There was only one table selling them. So it was really cool to be able to see them in person because they legitimately just have little cheeks. So it was fun. But yeah, so I got a morning gecko, ended up getting a Leachianus, which I've later found is no longer the largest gecko species in the world because they've discovered 2 new species of geckos in New Caledonia, and I know at least one of them is actually larger than the Leachies. So I don't know as far as importing if we'll see those in the pet trade or anything, but yeah, we saw some really cool stuff. Some new breeding projects from some people out there. Some stuff that's being bred that people are kind of trying or figuring out the tricks and stuff to actually breeding them. So it's pretty cool. Each year you get to see kind of the new up and coming, morphs or species or whatever that people are working on. So it's really cool. There's a lot of, people working towards conservation, not just breeding the fanciest, most colorful. There's also conservation type of stuff. So it's a really cool event. If anyone's ever into reptiles or amphibians or anything like that, it is the show to go to, especially if you live kind of in the Midwest here. It's fantastic. I do highly recommend it. But I ended up getting 2 new geckos myself. I got 1,000 crickets. So I am going to be working towards maybe breeding crickets if I can nail down a good system that works for me. So I got that going for me. Got some new springtails, which are just kind of little bugs that feed on mold and stuff, but they're special, so they're actually red and they're a little bit bigger than the other ones I have. I'm going to breed those out, which that's just kind of letting the culture grow. There's not a whole lot that I do with that. I just kind of let them do their thing. And then eventually I'll have a whole bunch and can put those into whatever I want or sell them or who knows. But I kind of just wanted them for myself. I've been wanting colorful springtails. It's kind of weird, but little bugs. Got a bunch of wood. They had some good deals on wood. Got just some general supplies and stuff. But the main thing was the Leachianus. And I got it from one of the breeders that I've been wanting to buy from, but all of their stuff is so high quality that I pretty much would never be able to afford it anytime soon. Any remotely time soon, I wouldn't be able to afford something from them. But they had some stock, and the one that I got was from last year. I think they tried to sell it last year at some point or something. I don't know, but she's 6 months old. She's little. She's a little spicy. Last night, she definitely was jumping around, running. But it was a long trip home, 6 hours in the car. She's bouncing around. She wasn't very happy. So I got her in that. She's in quarantine. She'll stay in quarantine for about a month. And then I will probably bring her out into our living room area. And then my morning geckos will end up going into the room that I'm going to keep the rest of my animals, where I keep my bugs and stuff. So it's, yeah, my collection is slowly growing. And then I already have, for October, I already have planned out what I'm going to be purchasing then for animals. I might be getting a pair of animals in October, depending on what I can find, is kind of what I'm thinking. Because one of the species that I want, I was told is actually going to be significantly harder to get because there's going to be shipping laws on them. So there's a good chance that they're going to be a lot harder to get for me. So I'm hoping that I can either get one in October, or if I've got the money and space and everything, by the time the local show happens, I might be able to find some local people breeding them. But that's kind of further down the line. For that one, there's a chance that I might get like more than just a pair. I don't know yet. But that's one that I need to hop on sooner than later, because they are going to be more restricted as far as being able to get them. So yeah, so big plans coming. My dad did not purchase any animals. He already had purchased an animal that he was on a waiting list for. So he didn't have any plans. He's got some other stuff going on within his collection that he needs to get straightened out before. But there were some pythons that essentially like no one was able to really like breed them. Like no one knew how to breed them properly and to consistently breed them, get them all that. And we found a breeder there. The first time I think that he's ever seen like babies and stuff, and the first time I've ever seen babies. I've only seen adults once. So it was pretty neat. So there's a chance that he's going to start breeding those. And then one of his breeding projects, my morning geckos are going to be helping with as a food source as well for their babies. So yeah, lots of projects going on. And then I got some wood for, I'm doing like a 3D background and stuff. So that I've been working on cleaning out my old enclosures rather than spending like $150-200 on a brand new enclosure, the exact same size that I already have. I've just been like spending a couple hours here and there trying to clean up the ones that I have. It's a pain though. Like cleaning silicone off of glass sucks. It's such a pain, and it's like smeared, and yeah, it's a pain, but it's gonna save me a bunch of money. So lots and lots of projects. After stream today, I've got some stuff that I gotta do. I still have to clean up a few things from yesterday, but for the most part, I got all the new stuff in their quarantine bins. My morning gecko's just in a little cup because she's tiny, and like if I put her in anything bigger, there's a good chance she escapes. So we're not gonna have that. No escapees, not yet. And then I can't handle my Lychee. I'm not gonna handle her for the first week. So like this next weekend, I might handle her a little bit, but otherwise I'm just gonna leave her be, let her kind of chill out for a bit. And then within a month, I'll have her out in our living room, and hopefully she just kind of gets used to us walking around. The Chihuahua's doing great. She got crickets for the first time. Let them run free. Well, 2 of my geckos ran free for 2 weeks. 2 weeks they lived in my plants. Well, no, one was 2 weeks. The other one was upwards of 3 weeks. And literally, like, I was just watering my plants. Well, no, the first one, now I need to think. The first one, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. Like, it was like, I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I was sitting and watching TV. And all of a sudden, I just hear, like, this chirping, because morning geckos do a little chirp noise. And I heard chirping, and it was to my right, and their enclosure is to my left. So clearly, if I'm hearing it to my right and their enclosure is to my left, they're not in their enclosure. So of course I had to get up and I start looking around, and I see a tiny little head pop up from underneath one of my my potted plants, and ended up catching her, got her back in the enclosure. I still didn't know that the second one was on the loose. I had no idea. There was no way for me to tell. And then one day I was watering the plants, and then that's when the second one popped out. So morning geckos are super, super, super good at hiding. Like the only reason I knew that they were over there is because they made noise. So it was, yeah, it was interesting. They'll be fine. No. I'm not gonna have like a 12 to 14 inch, like my new Leachianus gecko, like her body could get up to like 12 to 14 inches long. Like she's just gonna get pretty big. And I guess females have like kind of chunkier bodies, so she's just gonna be a wrinkly little chunk, except for not little. She's gonna be big. So yeah, I don't really want her to be roaming around. She wouldn't like it. She'd be upset. Right now she's only like, I don't know, 2 to 3 inches, 2.5, 3 inches. Sausage geckos. I mean, if you're eating wrinkly sausage, something wrong with it. Just saying. But no, I saw some really, really cool animals. It was very, very fun. Got to learn a lot. Got to talk to some breeders. Met some pretty big names in the industry. Met some people who my dad knows, and yeah, it was really good. I had a lot of fun, but I was very tired. Last night, I went to bed with Kat last night. Believe it or not, she went to bed like 9:30, 10 o'clock. I went to bed with her, and then I woke up with her when she was going to work and stuff. So it was yeah, it was a long night. Well, long weekend and then long night of sleeping. So I was so tired though, because we drove back yesterday. It's like a 6.5 hour drive, and we had walked around the show a little bit that morning on top of like having to wake up early. And then so I slept on just like a pull-out couch. The pull-out was right next to the door at the hotel. And our last night, which was Saturday night, I was sleeping and I heard like a lot of commotion in the hallway. Well, I knew people were like partying or whatever. And then all of a sudden, like, I got woken up in the middle of the night. I'm just like, what is going on? And I heard like kids yelling and this and that, and it was like super late. And I'm like, why do I hear like a radio and stuff? And it was the police. The police had gotten called from the people across from us. So whatever, the police came, and then after they left, it was pretty quiet, so I was able to fall back asleep. And then at like 6 in the morning, maybe even early, I don't remember, I was so tired. Heard another knock on their door, not ours, but it woke me up because there's a knock across from us. And I just hear, police. The police got called again. There's some domestic deal. It was like, it wasn't like someone, it didn't sound like someone like actually got hurt. It sounded just like a domestic dispute. But yeah, so Saturday night, I got very little sleep because the neighbors across the hall had to call the cops twice. Which, I've never had to deal with that in a hotel. So, yeah, I was super tired yesterday because I got woken up from the police at the neighbors across from us at the hotel. It was crazy. It was not fun. I would not recommend, you know, I'd not recommend getting woken up from that. Because of course, then I had to like I essentially stayed awake. Because I'm just like, what is going on? Like, I'm not gonna go back to sleep. They stayed noisy pretty much until we were ready to go get breakfast. So I was like, whatever. So yeah, I was so tired last night. Because right when I got home, I had to take care of the animals, right? Like, I can't just leave them in their travel containers. So I had to take care of animals, eat dinner, finish taking care of everything after that. And then Kat and I hung out for like, by that time it was like 8:30, something like that. So then we just watched TV. And then she was like, I'm going to get ready for bed. And she just assumed I was going to stay up. And my eyes were so heavy. I was like, I need to feed the geckos. Well, I just had to feed the Chihuahua. I just fed Tank. And then I was like, I'm going to feed her. And then I'm going to bed with you. So it was, yeah, I was dead tired yesterday. So, and I woke up at like, I don't know. I kind of started waking up when she started waking up, but then I fell back asleep while she was getting ready, and then she left for work, I don't know, around 7:30, and I was kind of awake, kind of asleep, fell back asleep maybe for like a half hour, maybe, if that. So I'm on this new schedule now. This is what happens to me. Whenever I go to bed early and wake up early for like an extended period of time, even if it's like 3 days, like my internal clock is now set. So there's a very, very good chance I will start streaming a little bit earlier, or I'm going to get stuff done in the morning before I start streaming. So we'll see. But yeah, so it was a very, very fun weekend. It was just the last night I didn't get much sleep. I mean, I didn't get a ton of sleep each night just because, like, you know, you're up kind of late some nights and you wake up early to go to the show. Saturday was like the busiest we've ever seen it. It was crazy. the line to get in. So we do VIP, so we can get it on Friday. We helped, we have some friends that vend every year, and so we helped them because the guy, he broke his arm really bad, so we helped them set up and stuff, which is kind of fun, being able to help the vendors set up. And my dad knows a bunch of the vendors too, which I've gotten to know them now. So it's a really, really fun time, just getting to chat with people about what we love. I mean, it's like here, you know, it's like when we talk video games or whatever here. It's just like a similar deal, but you get to meet everyone and learn a lot about animals and stuff, and get to meet some big names in the industry. I'm not like a person who usually gets starstruck when I see someone, you know what I mean? But it's just cool to see them. Very, very cool. Let's see, it's 11 o'clock. New World should be releasing their new video, right? We should be getting a Forge and a Turnum. Oh yeah, look at that. We're gonna be the first view on it. There's 0 views, so we're gonna watch. Watch the new Forge and Turnum. We're gonna be the first people watching here. Let me pull this up. I don't know. We didn't hear anything about season 5 though, right? They haven't made any announcements on that, or did they? Chandler? No, Chandler, I don't know if he goes. So actually there's, if you've ever heard of Snake Discovery, they're local. They're huge. They're a family-friendly YouTube channel. And they go there, but like we can visit their zoo whenever. So it's kind of fun because like my dad knows Ed and Emily from Snake Discovery. They've got like 3 million plus subscribers. They've got a zoo, they've got a breeding facility. Like they're a really, really big deal, and what they do for the community is just amazing. Like I said, they're family friendly, so like they're very good for kids and stuff like that, and they're just very different compared to what normally people are used to. You know, like people, like you said, Chandler's Wildlife. Like people are kind of used to Chandler, or people like Chandler, where they're just like very high energy, very, you know what I mean? And they're more like family friendly, just very different. Yeah, so if you know Snake Discovery, my dad knows and actually has worked with, worked business-wise a little bit with Ed and Emily. They're super, super nice people. Very, very genuine. But there were a lot of big names that we got to meet there. And there's a lot of big names that don't go to it as well, or maybe only go every so often. So we got to meet some pretty cool people, and yeah, it's a really, really good time. Like their little alligator. Yeah, Rex. I've seen Rex in person. Cute little thing. She's stunted. She's super stunted for what she is. But Rex is really cool. She's got her little balls and stuff in her enclosure that she plays with. I mean, we've seen a lot of their animals, just because like at their zoo you can walk in and walk around and look, and then they have like a hard goods section. So I'm gonna be, I buy some stuff from them because their prices are like comparable to online and stuff. So it's like, why pay for shipping when I can just go visit? Which they're not always at the zoo, but it's fun. It's just like, for us, it's like we can go there whenever and not necessarily see Ed and Emily, but we can go and see all the animals and do all that stuff. So for us, it's just like, just kind of like whatever, like we can go there or whatever, and we really love what they're doing and all that. But man, some people just like go crazy. Some people just are like just so starstruck by them, and so, you know what I mean, like they're a big name. And again, like me and my dad aren't really like that, where we're just like, oh man, like we need to get a picture with him, we need blah blah blah. So like it's just kind of funny because people don't know, obviously, that we live, you know, in Minnesota and that we can go and visit whenever and all that. And so they always get excited about that stuff, and it's fun to talk to people and hear their excitement for that. It's really, really cool. And to see all the kids, like seeing kids getting into reptiles and not being afraid and just being so interested into the science of it and stuff is really, really cool and really, really good for the hobby, to help the next generations grow. And like that's where my nieces and nephews, you know, they love seeing, like my dad's got some frogs and stuff at their place, and so they love seeing when they feed the frogs. So if I'm over there, and sometimes I'll ask like, hey, like, Uncle Tanner, can you feed the frogs? I was like, as long as, I mean, they'll eat whenever. I just need to make sure I don't overfeed them. They'll eat as much as we give them, really, and we need to make sure they don't get too fat. But yeah, my dad's new reptile room. I'm gonna be doing some videos and stuff on that eventually. So, yeah, some pretty big things, big things in the works as far as my dad's stuff, my stuff, future projects, and all of that. So it's really fun. I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to learn a lot more. I've already learned so much, but I can always keep learning. So, all right, shall we watch? Is it unmuted? Shall we watch the new Forge in Eternum, though? Let's take a look. See what is narrative meets combat. So I don't know. I don't even know if they're gonna mention season 5 here.
Important question here. Probably
yeah, we'll see.
That most people are wondering. Story and trials. What is the reason for not making solo trials replayable? It's easy content. The solo trials are very well done, and it's a shame you can only play it once. Make it a daily with difficulty scaling, giving increasingly more rewards. That's exactly the type of content that people have been asking for. Explain this rationale. Like, what in the world is going through our minds that we don't make these replayable?
This video may contain spoilers.
Welcome to Forged in Eternum, the show where we talk about all things New World. I am Rob Chesney, and I'm joined by Krishna.
So if you don't want spoilers,
and
you can mute for a bit.
Today we're talking about story instance. We're talking about where story meets combat, because as anybody who's been playing the game a lot, certainly not since launch, but in the year since, we've added a lot of soul trials. Instances where the player gets like a heavy dose of story and an awesome fight at the same time. And we've had a lot of fun making these, so we wanted to talk about them today. I'll start, Krishna, because you've been working on these since the very beginning. So the very first one we talked about was when we were building Brimstone Sands. What do you remember from that time, and like what was our thinking around why we wanted to create these?
Brimstone Sands was, in a way, a very different approach to how the game came out. Like, once Brimstone Sands came out, we thought of it as a new standard for us with the storyline. Like, players enjoyed the whole Imhotep storyline, which eventually led to our first ever soul trial with Apophis. So that was indeed an interesting one. And that was around the same time your side started working on revamping the whole storyline for solo players to, start doing quests in their own terms and like not necessarily depend on other players. Like, I get that this is an MMO that we need 5 different players to, do bosses and things, but why not let one player have all the fun? So that's where soul trials came in, and that's what your side has been helping us with, designing bosses meant just for solo players to have cool fun. And so with that in mind, how about we take it to our first soul trial in the MSQ, which is Brother Umberto in Brightwood.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. That's the one you worked on. So that one, of course, is a really interesting one, because this is the part of the story where the player has come to Brightwood looking for this guy named Brother Umberto, who once helped the Soul Wardens, and in so doing they find out that he was part of the leadership of the Bright Vigil, and he eventually fell to being lost after cursing. Well, actually, he didn't fall to becoming lost. He caused everybody else in Brightwood to become lost. And was kind of the architect of that in a very dark way, and players ultimately have to sort of fight him and destroy him to remove the curse on the Fort of Caerdon. So that was kind of the narrative conceit of what we wanted to create, and then we handed that to you, and we're like, hey, make an awesome fight out of this. Where did you start for that?
Okay, so back when you presented this idea to me, I was primarily working this idea with the quest designer on your team, Sean. I used to keep poking him questions about, why is Umberto doing this? Like, what's his interest in the lost? Like, what is he trying to do with that heart gem of his? So using that, I pitched up a fight, make him feel like he's half human, half lost. Like, that's why we have the first normal solo fight where you're fighting a shell of his own human version, and then we lead to the boss fight, which is like you see his purple-looking spectre form, which is like fighting like a human but feels lost. And so, and along with that, we have the heart gem in the center of the fight that is defiled. I also came across the world designer, David Mackenzie. He showed me a really cool way of how we could leverage the heart gem into the fight, and that's what I thought, let's use the piece of the lore that what Umberto is trying to do. He's trying to use his heart gem to convert lost back to human, but instead he accidentally ended up defiling it. So that heart gem is so cursed. And that's why I came up with that mechanic where, he walks up to the center of the room, he just rises up and the heart gem just, channels at him while he drains your life. It's like showing how unstable he became with that heart gem, that he needed to actually take the player's own essence instead. So that was something I worked it out, and it turned out really cool. And
definitely.
for us, the first ever soul trial in the MSQ, I'd say players enjoyed it.
Very fitting for the soul trial to be about. Of course, we have souls throughout the game, but in fact, Lula, do you want to elaborate on like heart gems and souls and like, I don't even understand it all. Like, what's really going on in this weird
You
world?
wrote most of it. What are you talking about?
I did not.
Okay. There's various ways to go in here. So the heart gem is sort of like a fire break for soul wardens to like not become corrupted, which isn't to say they can't be. Obviously, spoilers incoming in about 15 seconds. But like it really delays the time in which that can happen. So when Umberto's heart gem is destroyed, that is effectively when the player understands how that can happen. And then later, Isabella learns from the player effectively how that can happen as well. Hence, Jonas becomes corrupted, and then his heart gem gets destroyed. So it's like, it's a last-ditch effort to keep yourself safe, which clearly doesn't always work. But it definitely leads to some climactic moments that the player can engage in destroying one.
It makes your soul like more. I think even as Jonas explains when you first put it in, and we've got an awesome scene coming up that kind of shows this best, that this is like a bulwark against the corruption or against the loss. It protects your soul. It's not bulletproof, but it's like an armor inside your heart.
Agreed.
All right, so then the Jonas fight, as he just mentioned, was another one that you worked on. We also drew the heart gem into that. Like, do you want to walk us through the process for that one? I mean, that's
Sure.
an emotional one, of course, because Jonas has been the player's mentor, the person who's introduced him to the Soul Wardens. When Isabella attacks the Soul Warden base at Caradan, she basically chases, she takes Jonas out in chains, and then she has her way with him. I don't know what that means exactly, but maybe you do.
So here's one personal preference of mine with respect to lore. The darker the lore gets, the more I like it. And that's what, we kind of did with Umberto, showing how he developed a lot of hatred towards everybody and himself. And now that was like a piece of darkness. But now when it comes towards Jonas, like this is extra dark because it's very personal to the player, because Isabella has done something that nobody thought was expected. Like we had the whole lore about why the heart gem prevents us from, getting corrupted. We did the whole story at the Amaran temple to, create the heart gem to, and set it up. So one would ask, if you have the heart gem, why the hell did Jonas just get corrupted? So that's where I introduced the element of having Isabella introduce that fight to show that, heart gems don't mean a damn thing to her. Like, she just loves playing with us, and that's all she needs. And that's where she leaves us saying, just look at your friend, your mentor, or what's left of him. And then that's what I use him. Rather than actually being a fight with Jonas, it's actually indirectly a fight with the heart gem. Like, if players notice, there's a big red shell there, which actually contains Jonas' heart gem in there. And it's actually trying to fight off what corruption is supposed to do, what our whole story is trying to tell us. And that's where that way I use it to, create a whole different phase mechanics to show the more you fight Jonas, the more unstable the setup is getting, and it's just getting extra dangerous. But in the end, that old man fought through, and he did come back normal.
For 5 seconds.
Yeah, he has moments.
Ah, I
But I mean,
see.
it's also cool because she extracts the heart gem from his chest, which I think is an interesting, you know, like we depict that in a couple other places, like how that, you know, you put this physical thing in to protect your soul, like, well, it can be physically removed as well and make you susceptible.
I do want to add another piece about Jonas that I love designing. Back again, when I was working with Sean on this, we actually thought of, using the lore of who Jonas is, wanted to like simply fool around with players. Like, you know how Jonas has been known as the fisherman, the pro fisherman. Sean and I you always talk about, how he loves fishing and how he should just drop the ultimate fishing rod as a joke. And instead, so we thought, how about while in one of his fighting mechanics, we introduced corrupted fishing? Like, of course, in the end, we didn't because that would have been too silly for a lore fight. That
It was corrupt
too
fish.
dark. But instead, what I did was I created a mechanic where the player gets a marker on their head and he tosses a chain forward to just pull you in, like as though you're the target, and he just casts his line in to pull you.
I should have just given him a fishing pole.
I
and he
never
smacks you
realized
with it.
that
That
you
would
had
have
done
been sweet.
that, but I think it's awesome.
Yeah, same.
So Lula, you've worked particularly on the story as we go forward from there, and like you're the primary author on all the bit building up to Isabella. So if you will, take us away from like the Jonas fight, where we're going with the story and Soul Trials after that, building up to
Yeah.
the big stuff.
Okay,
a
so
long
the
video.
first trial in Ebon Scale Reach is when you're fighting Zhao Liang and trying to save him, which I was being a little bit cagey in mentioning last time I chatted with you, simply because I really like the mechanic in that, which is in any other Soul Trial, you're really wailing on all of the enemies and just trying to destroy them. In this, you don't have to like beat Liang down to 0 HP. You're trying to just take the talismans that are around the room, trying to put it on him so he'll breathe in the incense and get cured, which I thought was a really fun way of doing that mechanic, which is, there's something a little less violent in this than the other ones, and it's fitting with the narrative because Sun Fachun is above the wood shrine right now. She's calling down, trying to help you out and direct you, which I thought was a really cool addition as well.
They're going a ways off the beaten path from like what they originally started talking about. So I will say this one, they should have stuck more to literally the question that they're trying to answer. We'll see if they get to it. I mean, the other thing we have to remember too is like these people work on the lore and they're trying to bring a spotlight to these people, obviously to the lore as well, but also to these people who are working on it. Because there are a lot of people, myself included, that kind of disregard the lore when I play. I can appreciate the work that goes into it. I don't really know the work that goes into it because I just kind of click through it and work through it. So I myself even am definitely bad about that stuff. So like I get it, they want to like spotlight these people, but at the same time they do need to like stick to the question. So hopefully they actually answer the question.
We'll
We'll
to make
see.
It feel like, oh, you're doing a Soul Trial.
Because I'm
with
very
someone
curious
else who's
too
kind of helping you a little bit.
what their plans are for
asymmetrically.
Soul Trials. I don't know if they need to revisit the old Soul Trials, right? What I personally would like to see, and again, we'll see what they say later, what I personally would like to see is instead of repeatable trials that we've already done through the main story, if they don't want to mess with the main story trials, is give us new trials. You know what I mean? So they give us, the seasonal 10-man trials, maybe give us like 3 solo trials that are also seasonal. You know what I mean? I think that would be kind of cool. So rather than like having to do the repeatable ones, because if you do repeatable ones, people will burn through those. They're going to get that done. And then it's going to be like, all right, we need more. All right, we need more. The repeatable wasn't enough. We need more. And that's exactly what would happen, right? So although, yes, a repeatable soul trial would be nice right now, it will not maintain as a form of content for most players past that first week or two, right? And so if they allow us to have seasonal trials, or maybe there's like seasonal trials at the start, right? So let's say they give us like, say they just start with one just to see how it goes. Start with one seasonal trial, and then maybe mid-season they give us another one, right? And they could even do it in a way where like the first seasonal trial, that's a solo seasonal trial with different difficulties, could then play into the second one. So we kind of see like they could make it a story about the first half and the second half of the season just to kind of rejuvenate some people to have some content for the second half of that season, then give us another one that plays into that first story. So those who are into the story and the lore could then play it. I think the repeatable, though, although yes, it sounds like, hey, this is what we want, I guarantee you people would burn through the hardest content of that and ask for more immediately. So they could do the repeatables. It is not a long-term content. It's not content that like they can play off of any further past running it, a couple more times? Because they're not going to make it so like the rewards are good every single time you run it, right? That's just not feasible. They shouldn't necessarily have to do something like that. But I think seasonal solo trials on top of that would be significantly better because it's like fresh content. Now you're going to get people who say, well, this is just repeatable content, blah, blah, blah. I mean, people complain about that with this game. They're just taking content and just repeating it and blah, and this and that. But then they're asking for the repeatable content. So as a dev team, what do they decide? Because they have half the crowd saying all they do is take the current content and just do it the same way again. But then you have the other half saying we want that repeatable content. So that's where, in my opinion, I think it'd be best to take you can make them repeatable. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but also keep in mind that people will burn through that very quickly and move on. And then it's just going to be back to, all right, we need more content. So they could make the current ones repeatable if they want. Make it like, a one-time deal to start with where you get rewards the first time for each difficulty. And then in the future, maybe they have it where, like, let's say the season pass, right? So let's take the season pass and make it so there's journeys or activity cards or whatever that could then get you further rewards from that. And then also add in, seasonal solo trials. I don't know, but I just know like if all it was just a repeatable solo trial, people will burn through that within the first week and move on from it and complain there's not enough content and that it is just repeatable content. So I do think that like it sounds really, really good at first to just make them repeatable with good rewards, but it is something that like the community will get bored of very, very quickly if they don't have a full system to play off of that, right? It's just that's typically how this community goes a lot of times when they add this new stuff. Like they're adding the new 10-man trial, right? And it's bouncing off of, or it's playing off of one of the solo trials. And some people are excited for it. I'm excited for it. But other people say, well, that's just lazy. They just took the solo trial and made it a 10-man. But like that's essentially what people are asking for. Is the solo trials harder? They took a solo trial. They're going to make it significantly harder for 10 people. Right? So there's no winning. Essentially, there's no winning. They're not going to please everyone. But in order to kind of keep things fresh, I think they need to keep up with the seasonal stuff and not just dump it all in the first part of the season, but split it up. So maybe the first whatever, or maybe they do weekly trials, right? They could do weekly trials and start tying in artifacts and stuff down the road to those weekly trials where we have almost like a mutation rotation within some of these trials. I don't know. There very well could be more in the works than what we know of. But it's not, I don't think making it as simple as like, just give us good rewards and make it repeatable. I don't think that is the answer. It has to be more in-depth than that for it to actually work in the long run.
And so
that's just how I see it.
That had a very interesting mechanic that really magnetized me when I played it the first time. After that, we have a more standard soul trial at the end of Ebon Scale, which culminates in the Empress herself being corrupted, which allowed us to present a soul trial in a really interesting new location, which I didn't know we were going to get. I just thought it was going to be staged on that dock area in the Dynasty shipyards. But then when the whole new POI appeared, which was the Royal Pier, I thought that was a great climactic way to end our penultimate zone in the MSQ. But this leads us, of course, inexorably to where everything comes to an end in Murkgard when we're fighting Isabella. This was, of course, the one we had to go back and forth on a lot, because not only did we have a lot of ideas, but there's the question of where do we set this? And I can't remember who came up with the crazy idea of setting it inside Isabella's mind. Might have been me, might have been Mackenzie, might have been you. Who knows? I'm just glad we did that, because that allowed us to present this soul trial in a way that maybe other ones couldn't. The Great Cleave soul trial is maybe slightly related because it's in some sort of a strange realm. But now that we're in Isabella's mind, we can do things and present them in a way that are more symbolic. For instance, when you had the idea of the cultists who were sort of like memories of her old crew that turned into corrupted, that is something if we put into another soul trial in the real world, might not have really fit. But the fact that you were in
gamer
her
running
head
hammer
gave
blunderbuss.
it a different kind of a resonance. And the ending ends up being a lot more interesting for me symbolically as well. But yeah, so Krishna, like as far as the process is
Hammer
concerned,
blunderbuss might
with
actually be really
Isabella's
fun.
soul trial, I think the interesting thing is the way those phases work. Not only in terms of like the combat getting more climactic and interesting, but then we
have to
have
try that
that,
sometime.
mid-fight conversation between her and Russo, which you were definitely pushing to try to get as much as possible. I'm curious your thought process on like, what were the biggest challenges in that? And how do you think players might respond to that emotionally, like after fighting so heavily against Isabella?
Oof.
Party foul.
Don't mind that. Lula just dropped something. Drop this major
bonus.
secret.
No spoilers.
So now we talked about how we had these original soul trials like Apophis, Umberto, Eunice. We also had cool ones along the way like the Corrupted Leviathan, the Motherwell soul trial. We also had different ones in the seasons like Malik and Daichi. So with all that in mind, like we've been developing soul trials for a bit now, but all these opportunities had given us, more experience, more different ways to think about soul trials with, and more ways to, make it feel innovative for a solo player. And that's where we leads up to Isabella, because this is like the end of the MSQ, and it has to have all its grandness. Like the story has been building up to why she is important, why she wants you, why you need to stop her.
We need to know what her true purpose
As long
is.
as we go through the current storyline, we come across the guy who initially sent us to Eternum, Father Russo, the guy who actually has a connection to Isabella. And that's where, with that storyline, once I read what you had pitched up, so that's where I suggested, let's bring in an NPC into a soul trial. Like, we've never done that before. As a matter of fact, throughout this whole game, I cannot think of a place where we actually see NPCs talking to each other in an actual sense. Like we only see
make
the
us go and
typical
talk to
dialogue box and
NPCs
you, the
for
player,
them.
switching between NPCs. This is the first case where I actually show an actual dialogue and a heartfelt interaction between Russo and the person who he once cared about, Isabella, to like show that, Isabella is maybe not who she is. She's just
She's crazy.
normal, but corruption is just a virus that's inflicting her mind. And that's what I wanted to show, like a bit of emotional thing, but that's going to just turn into darkness. Because that's what this whole fight is about. Like Isabella, you think this whole fight is about saving Isabella from corruption, but it's just a massive backfire.
You can't save Isabella. She's gone all the way. We've had this discussion many times.
Yeah, no, I've already gotten beaten down on that point. That's fine. It ends very climactically, so I'm satisfied.
So I have to. So running a little short on time. I also want to point out. You guys keep saying, and the MSQ, the end of the MSQ. but the MSQ goes on. We're an MMO, and
yeah.
the MSQ goes on forever. It'll never end.
Never.
And of course, the next chapter is Adiana, which is one of your favorite characters, I know, and there's a lot of setup for Adiana. And I'm thinking this might be a good place to pivot into our community questions.
Sure.
Because I think we have a community question on Adiana.
Probably.
Let's see, we want to talk about, okay, so yeah, there was a question in here that jumped out to me because it's individually addressed to you.
Oh,
It said,
let me take it.
"Linda,
Let me
you
take
haven't
it.
mentioned Adiana for 2 whole episodes now."
Yeah,
What gives?
that's from Pumpkin of Pumpkins, and I'll also note that that's not a question; it's a statement. So I'm assuming the underlying question is like, why or why not? It's because
Battle Tower type location from Pokemon. You can run with randomized enemies per floor. That'd be cool. That would be kind of cool. So then, like, each level or each floor would be something, you know, like Corrupt, Angry Earth Beast. Kind of have you work your way up. Kind of like, I mean, they could do like a tower system where, you know, it starts easy and then there's like the higher you go, the harder it gets. And then like once you reach, let's say you reach floor 100 or something, and then you start doing the mutated tower. That could actually be really, really fun. Like a solo system where you have to fight your way and work your way up and through the difficulties rather than just like choosing M1, 2, or 3. Yeah. Like by floor, yeah, you're fighting Thorps and stuff. Like you have to solo Thorps. That would be very, very fun. Because it would really like challenge you to come up with builds. Like it'd be a different way of having to like create builds and stuff to work through that. I would like that a lot more than just a solo trial with like 3 different mutations or 3 different difficulties or something. That'd be really, really cool. That's a good idea.
I'm conscious.
You should
of
pitch
my
that to them.
obsessions, and so since I mention her all the time, it means that maybe there's a few times that I shouldn't. So I'm just trying to be balanced and like, you know, save that as an arrow in my quiver for when it really matters. So maybe next.
I've always liked like tower.
Cool.
Like
fielding another one of
leveling and
these,
stuff. Work your way up from,
Let's see.
you know, easiest
is
to
there
hardest.
Is there a plan to enable old characters, previous first zone rework, to redo the main story quest from the beginning? And I'll answer this, although if you guys want to add in. So we would love to do this. In fact, we've looked for ways to allow you to at least go back as far as you can. So like if you had fought and defeated Thorpe before, you fall back to that point in the MSQ. And we can at least allow that. The hard part is just like because of the way that the game's set up, like there's a lot of thresholds the player's crossed, a lot of things that have happened, rewards, achievements the player has made that we can't necessarily, you know, revert. And so indeed, as someone suggests here, like I think the suggestion is, you know, start a new character, play from the beginning. It's a really, it's a totally new experience. It's really
starting
great.
a new character. So here's the thing, like let's say you take a max level character and you go back through the MSQ. It is not even close to the same experience that you would get if you just start a new character. Like I very, very, very much encourage people to start a new character. Just because like if you want that early game experience, you want to experience the MSQ, experiencing it with a max level character would be so different unless they did level scaling or something like that, which I don't think that they would do that. I don't think that's worth it. Just because I think I would assume that that's going to be a lot of work for the amount of people who would actually do it. You know what I mean? So starting a new character, if you want to like try the MSQ, I think is definitely worth it. Hey Riddler, hello.
I think you'll enjoy it. And we can't exactly take you back to the beginning, but we might find a way. It's still a possibility.
I'm gonna snooze the first
really
set of
important
ads we
question
got
here,
coming.
Probably the one that most people are wondering. Story and trials. What is the reason for not making solo trials replayable? It's easy content. The solo trials are very well done, and it's a shame you can only play it once. Make it a daily with difficulty scaling, giving increasingly more rewards. That's exactly the type of content that people have been asking for. Explain this rationale. Like, what in the world is going through our minds that we don't make these replayable?
I'm going to piggyback to a comment I made earlier. Like, the reason how Soul Trials came in is mainly because it's meant to help our storyline and kind of appease to story lovers and give them a way to do boss fights.
Yes, I don't think that
repeatable
repeatable Soul Trials
that was
is
the
the
intention
answer.
with soldiers.
I
I
just
agree
don't.
that they're amazing and they should be repeatable. And yes, it is definitely on our plan. You'll be seeing it sometime in the
Just
future.
yeah, it shouldn't be
But while we
prioritized.
do this,
Oh, I want to comment on this one too, though. I definitely have some perspective.
okay.
The so back
think
when we
it's
first
good,
started
just
the very
not
first one,
priority.
the Apophis fight, there was immediately questions once we had built that. Oh, we need to make this replayable with scaling rewards, and like players can do it over and over again, and they can do it with their friends. It was determined as we looked at how much time it would take to implement it that way that it would
Yes.
take about 5 times as long to implement every soul trial if
Yes.
we did it that way.
They'd take up too much of their time for the other stuff
So
that
you can
they're
blame
working
me
on.
for the way this turned out, because it was one of the things that I said, well, we really need these story instances. We need these solo trials to accentuate the climactic moments in the storyline. It's more important that we can do several of these than having 3 or 4 that can be repeated an endless number of times. And that's still the truth. I think we still would love to make these replayable. So
with what he's saying, imagine you're new to New World and you start playing and there's only 3 soul trials and the MSQ isn't finished. In some ways, some players might feel like it's an unfinished game in a way. Now us as players who are max level, who have been maybe playing it for a while, yes, we would love that, or some people would love it. The trouble is people will burn through that content. Like I said earlier, people will burn through the content and ask for more immediately. Seasonal trials, I think, is the better route to go. Maybe they do seasonal rewards for those, trials or whatever, but it should not be prioritized right now. That should not be priority with the changes that are coming to the game, the other stuff. So I guess here's a question, right? Would you rather them put their focus into trying to get solo stuff like that done, or would you rather them put more focus into getting, potentially better OPR stuff going, or more cross-world stuff going, or trying to work towards console and stuff like that to increase our population to then give us even more game modes? So what should they focus on? Solo stuff, or continue to put more resources into trying to get the system working better and essentially get us into more multiplayer game modes, right? They can't do it all at once. So what would the community prefer that they focus on at that point? Because it's too easy for us to just say, we need this, we want that, we want this, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's going to have different, wants and needs and this and that. But only focusing on like the solo stuff, as far as endgame solo stuff, I don't think is necessarily priority right now. It is something that I think they need to work on. But I don't think at this moment with where the game is at, I don't think that's what we need personally. Prefer more weapons. Yeah, I mean, weapons make it more fun. But the other thing we need to remember with weapons is the balance of the game. We know that balance has been an issue since they've added the artifacts, especially. And it seems like they're getting they're getting so much better at figuring out what balance they want out of the game and like what direction to take the artifacts. Like the changes that they've been making in the PTR and stuff with the new artifacts has been great. Like the fact that they're putting so much focus on getting that balance is fantastic, right? So I think the weapons, once they really nail down how they want stuff balanced, I think the weapons, they could definitely start like just getting us more and more. So weapons are fantastic. They definitely need to add more. They just need to make sure they are 100% like good, or maybe not 100%, but they need to make sure that they're confident with the balance of the game before they give us too many more, But I do think weapons would add a lot for a while. Is there any new content though is better? I mean, yeah. No, so my influence on story-based stuff too much. But the story wasn't finished. The story wasn't finished, right? The MSQ was not complete. So season 5, the MSQ will be complete. So why not allow them to complete it with season 5 and then move on past that? Everyone wants stuff right now, right? They want it now. They want the new content now. They want this and that. Let them finish the MSQ. Let them get that stuff done, and then they can work on the content for the more of that end game and stuff. They're imagine that let's say they bring it to console and they don't finish the MSQ before bringing it to console or something. And this is just hypothetical. Do you think a console player would be happy with that, to know that the MSQ was not finished before releasing it essentially as a brand new game to them? Right? I think if they have the MSQ pretty much done and happy with it, then they can release it on console. They can focus on other content. They can just like kind of open up and be able to do a lot more. So although yes, they should have had some of that stuff done before, they didn't. So they need to get that stuff done. Otherwise, it's just going to be an ongoing, well, we'll work on the MSQ here, we'll work on it there. And that's kind of what they've been doing a little bit, but like Season 5 is supposed to complete that. So literally like Season 5, although yes, the content is not as much as we've gotten in previous seasons, it is a season that is going to allow them to actually complete some of this stuff and to allow us to move on. They have the new script. They have a lot of this new stuff coming. Season 5 may not be the season for a lot of people because it's a lot of stuff that's more on the back end. But they need this stuff to happen, and it kind of has to happen now, right? Isn't seen trial basic tweets in other games. I mean, it's tough for devs, right? If we compare it to other games and stuff like that, it can be really, really tough. Comparing to other games is so difficult, right? Because like there are a lot of other companies who like have been doing MMOs for a very long time. And yeah, they might release new content or trials or whatever. I don't play a lot of MMOs personally. MMOs just aren't my thing because I don't like necessarily just the solo PvE MMO type of deal. So let's look, like the one that I've played, I guess the most would be ESO. And ESO is very story based, very quest line based, very like essentially ESO is a solo game, right? Like, or in some ways it can be played just purely solo, but it's really difficult because they need to complete the solo aspect of the MSQ. The main story quest is how we level. If like we need to think of this as new players, right? Yes, we want return players, but how many of those return players played through the entire MSQ? How many of them actually hit 60? I'm assuming there's quite a few people who did not even hit 60 because they kind of gave up on the game because of some of the issues that we had at the start. So yes, they should try to get some of these return players. On the flip side though, they also want to focus on new players. I've seen a lot of new players coming into the game and they're having an absolute blast playing it, right? They're having probably more fun than we had at the start of the game because there's so much more content through the MSQ, through the new weapons, through all this stuff, and they're going to retain those players because once they get this MSQ finished, then any new player has a full MSQ that they can play through, they can enjoy, they can learn the game through, and then the idea is like hopefully that they keep working on the end game stuff. They work on OPR stuff. I mean, they need to get the OPR balanced and all that. Obviously, a new map. I 100% will agree that we need a new OPR map. Now that we have cross-roll OPR and all that stuff, I believe that should be a pretty high focus. We'll see if they do or not, but I do think that should be a big focus is getting new OPR maps. But at the same time, I think bringing the game to console would be extremely good for the game. I really do. Like, I know it's a conflicting argument for some people. Bringing it to console, I believe, would be absolutely massive for the game. And I think they should make a really, really big push to try to get that sooner than later. Personally, I know not everyone agrees with that, but I think console will open up so many more resources for them because, again, we need a bigger player base. So with the controller support, once you get that figured out, get that all balanced and everything, I would hope that we can see console players before too long, you know?
Absolutely.
But there's just steps that are going to have to be taken. We need to be a little bit patient with some of this stuff too, you
Which would
know.
be fantastic. And I think it's still on our radar.
And if you're not happy
that
with
we
the
will try to
season
take that
5
up
or
at
some
some
of the
point.
direction they're going
It's
because
a
they're
lot
working
of
on
work.
this stuff, take a break from it. It's
to
totally okay to
add
take a
on
break
to,
from a game for a
like, what
while.
Rob said, like, it's not just going to be scaling up the bosses. Like in the storyline, like let's say Brother Umberto was at level 35, Giannis was at 57, Isabella's going to be at 60. Spoiler alert! But you get that the whole idea of repeatable trials is that it matches up to end game level. That you need to scale them up to what's the player's levels?
So when we talk about solo-based content, are you talking end-game solo-based content, or are you talking early game new player type of solo content? Because those are two very, very different things. Because here's the thing, right? The concern is that they talk about solo-based content, but yet people are asking for end-game solo-based content. And then they'll get upset that it's solo-based content. There is no winning for them at this point with the way the community is asking for stuff. I'm just going to say that right now. There's no winning. Absolutely no winning for them. If they bring repeatable trials, then people will complain that they don't have more MMO-like stuff. You know what I mean? So there is not a single way, whatever they release, there's not a single way that everyone's going to be happy. So they need to stick to their guns, stick to what their plans are, and just go with it. They're not going to make everyone happy. They're going to make some people upset. Some people may leave the game for a bit. They need to stick to it, because I see so many people on so many different sides of everything that happens with this game that, like, it's just come down to the point where, like, I'll have my opinions. I don't agree with everything that they do. I agree with a lot of stuff that they do. I think that they have a lot more plans that they don't need to tell us, because as a player base, if they start telling us too much, people start making assumptions. People start getting way more upset over stuff that we don't even know.
Right? So to match,
it's
to
just
that
kind of the way it
level.
is.
So when we scale up, you have to keep in mind well, what if players actually find that the scale up?
But see, that's the assumption of it can't be that hard to do, right?
Or what if
is that a priority? Should that be prioritized right now?
As a player myself,
we don't know what they have planned fully, and we don't need to know everything they have planned.
To deal with a solo boss having nature.
People have every right to be upset, though. I mean, I'm not saying don't be upset, but I'm saying
suffering in some.
They see people upset on every single side.
Player is gonna
no matter what
kind of.
And so, at what point?
We need to keep that in mind. Well,
there's not one right or wrong way at this point. I feel
don't want to suffer.
I mean, maybe the Reddit community might, but not everybody. But that's the whole reason why we made these soul trials for story mode to enable them to do it on their own. But this is an MMO. Players should not be afraid of as well. So maybe we should even consider the possibility, if they're struggling in the, let's say, for hypothesis, mutated soul trial, they should be allowed to probably call in one person to help if they're absolutely struggling. But, then we have to factor in questions like, does this dampen the reward? Does this dampen, the mutation?
Yeah, blame Worm Trial engagement players.
So you need.
The Worm Trial, any trial is really tough.
When,
you go back to the days of link your gear. We didn't do the Worm Trial literally because people said link your gear and this and that. What's up, dude?
So
hello.
Here, and I think 2 more.
We're just having New World discussions on
with the changes in the game
current
scripting
events.
codes. Do you consider in the not so distant future fighting side by side with NPCs and mission stories and expeditions in future game updates? Wait, you would want to do this?
Yeah, co-oping with characters would be awesome.
But I think a lot of games have done companion characters very well.
The current player base is not asking for MSQ updates. Yeah. The new player base and stuff like that will be. Thank you for the sub, as always. I appreciate it. 35 months, that's crazy. Long time. Thank you, as always. We as a community need to look outside of just our personal wants for the game. And again, if they're at a point where they're focusing on new players and the content that they've been lacking in the early game, because the MSQ has been lacking since day one until they started doing a lot of the MSQ reworks. When I went back and started my EU character, although I am not a lore person, I am not a questing person, I had a lot of fun with the early game. I had just about as much fun early game as when the game first came out, because they've reworked it. So it's very easy for us as players who've been playing for a long time to get upset that they're working on early game stuff. But what about a new player? What if there's a new player to the game and they don't enjoy the early game, or they feel as though that the MSQ is incomplete and they don't even make it to the end game to enjoy that content? Then what? Eventually they have to work on the MSQ. Eventually they had to update it and complete it. So what is the proper timing for that? Because you have people who will be upset on either side, and again, they're sticking to what they wanted to complete, their view of what the game needs, and it just might not match up with a lot of people who currently play the game. And like, again, it's okay to take a break. Like, go play some other. There's so many good games out there now that, like, go play some other games. Maybe take a season off the game. Although, yes, I would love more people to be playing it, but take a season off if that's what you need. Like, do it. Do it. Give them time to get the game where you want it to be, and then come back. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I've taken plenty of time off of games before. I take such huge long breaks off of Ark. Like, I will go back to Ark and play a bunch when they come out with the new content. And they're way like, Wildcard is 10 to 100 times worse than AGS when it comes to content. If you want to talk about delays, like, you have not played Ark if you think that, like, the AGS delays are bad. Wildcard is 100, like 1,000 times worse. Like, Wildcard is awful when it comes to updates and content. Anyone who plays Ark and has played ASA and all that especially, they know how terrible it is. But guess what? When that new content comes out, we will go back and play it. That's how it is.
What's super fun
and
as storytellers
that
is
I
that,
don't
like,
think that's necessarily
when you have
bad
someone who's running around
to
with
take
you,
a break,
talking
take a
about-
season
they're
off,
talking while they're
and come
running,
back
which is a
when
lot
they have the
more
content that
fun
you're
for
looking
players
for.
than
That is
having to
okay.
stop and sit there with a UI.
You might
and
not
talk to
be
them.
their target
And then
for
you
them
develop a relationship, certainly after
to
in the
get
fights
that,
and going through all these things with you. It just
get
feels- and I
that
think,
content out.
as you mentioned, we've done in a lot of places, we've like kind of created the illusion.
They're trying to
of
be
NPC
different from the
joining
other
you,
MMOs,
right?
though.
It's Russo
Wouldn't you
joining
agree?
or at least,
Do you want all the MMOs to go the same route, or do you want an MMO that's different? The reason why I love New World is because it's different from the MMOs. It is not the same as the other MMOs. I did not like ESO. I did not like, I don't like the idea of subscription-based games. I don't like the aesthetics of other games. New World is so different from the other MMOs that's the reason why I got hooked on an MMO. I don't play MMOs ever, other than ESO a little bit, and New World just got me hooked. So, although, yes, other MMOs are doing it this way, they are trying to be different. They're trying to do it different. And I think that's okay. We need that. Because look at like, a lot of MMOs are kind of dying off. A lot of people aren't playing them as much as they once were. So I think there needs to be change in some of these categories, in some of these games, in order to continue to move forward within the gaming community. So I don't think there's anything wrong with not following the quote-unquote like MMO standard just to get some of that stuff done. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I said, though, take a break. If it's just not at a point, just take a break. I'm all for people taking breaks. Even though I love New World, I want it to grow. If you're not happy, or anyone's not happy, I'm not just saying you, Riddler, but I'm just saying in general, if someone's not happy with it, like, play some other games, get a feel for some other games, see what you really enjoy, and then you may or may not come back with future updates. But, I mean, that is 100% okay. It's not a subscription-based game. That's why I really encourage people to take a break, because there's no obligation to have to play it. There's zero obligation.
It
So
looks like Russo's going to join you, but then it gets
I
booted out.
just-
so it's like we've played with.
I
that
want them to be
idea
different.
As far as we can
I
right
want them
now,
to
but I'd
continue
love
to
see it
keep
go
being
even further
different from the other
I'm
MMOs.
sure players
If
will
they
have
start
that
going and
some
following the
dog
same
bites.
line as some of the other ones,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd
She
like
does
it as
kinda,
much.
I guess that's a spoiler. She does kind of come in and save the player in a certain scene that's a work in progress that looks really cool.
Oh yeah. That's definitely true.
It's an awesome moment.
Okay.
Can't wait to share that one.
Yeah.
There was one other here that I
No,
thought
I
we
agree
should
that the
hit on.
end game
I
is
think it's
lacking,
the
but
tower
I
one,
also
because it's
think
kind
that
of
the early
building off
game
the
is
same thing and
lacking.
making
Like the
things
MSQ
more
was
accessible.
lacking.
Yeah, okay, here it is. Dear host, is there any opportunity
The
to add
MSQ, you could
individual
literally
soul trials
get
such as
locked
tower
out of
instances
completing it if
mechanics
you couldn't find
where
people
each
to
level
finish
awaits
the
you with a
expeditions?
challenging
It was
boss, and
awful.
as you go up, the difficulty and mechanical complexity of the boss increases. This type of challenge is commonly called the Tower of Trials in some MMOs.
Hey,
And greetings
Tower
from
of Trials.
Panama. Hey, Panama.
Panama.
So Bo was
So yeah,
essentially
we are playing New
saying.
World. So what? Yeah, the Tower of Trials.
Why don't
Yeah,
you
something like
talk
that would be
about
cool.
it a bit, and then I'll
Okay,
add
yeah.
on to it.
I'll say what I know, which is that we have talked about doing this, and in fact, we talked about adding this in as a seasonal.
I'm assuming that'd be a
element where
pretty
every season
big
would
deal,
get,
though. Be a pretty big thing
some
to
sort
put
of
together.
repeatable Tower of Trials. It probably wouldn't be like a huge tower,
It
but
is
you
so
you would get at
ideal
least
already.
like 3 or 4 of these story combat instances that you would fight through. The way we talked about it at the time was that you would get, it wouldn't be, they might even have different themes to them as you went through this,
Look
this
at that.
trial.
They've already thought about it.
Ultimately, we downshifted to do the story trials that we did in the.
We have
the seasonal
ads
stories.
starting.
But it's not
We have
because we
2
wouldn't
minutes
love
left,
to do
though.
that. I think we would, and I think players would appreciate it.
Well, I'd say think of it as something we could. It's a possibility in the future. Like this towering style is really an interesting concept. I personally may have not experienced it from an MMO, but I may
Right.
have experienced it from another game. So I get the idea of how it goes. Like you go into one level, you fight the boss, and then it keeps leveling up. So the boss gets harder, and with that, you get a chance of more darker weapons,
Yeah, that'd be
more
sweet.
stronger sense.
But seasonal. See,
and
they
of
said
course, each
seasonal.
boss comes with its own mutation
So-
of sorts. And
They're not going to get that for
is a
season 5.
definitely an
We're not going to get that
interesting
for season
concept.
5.
It would definitely.
It's just
appeal
that's
to
not priority
players.
for
And
this
if
current
you need to
season.
think of it in a
Future
solo
seasons, it
tower,
sounds like it
you'll
could
have
be.
to again think of the questions I asked earlier. Like, if you're going to do with mutations, will solo players be able to survive it? Are we allowed to ask for help from other players? Those are things, of course, we'll have to keep in mind. So again, if you have more suggestions, please leave it in the comments for us, and we'll definitely take a look.
So yeah, send us more questions. We love questions. Send us as many as you like. In fact, we always kind of like to prod the community with a community question. And I feel like Krishna has got one that you just want to throw out there, or maybe Lula does.
Let's cook one up.
Yeah.
I would say, think of it from a combat perspective. What would be a very
But
interesting
okay,
mechanic?
so Riddler, how many different ideas does the community come up with where they have to just say they're thinking about it? Like, what if they say, "Yeah, we're gonna do that," and then it doesn't come for 3 seasons because it's not priority. People will be more upset if they say, "Yeah, we'll do that," and then it doesn't come. Trust me, the over-promising and under-delivering absolutely kills dev teams. I've seen it before with other devs and other games outside of MMOs where they overpromise, underdeliver, and people just lose their absolute mind over it. And then they quit the game because it's so much more frustrating. Yes, that is 100% Wildcard. Wildcard is overpromised, underdelivered on every single update, from ASE to ASA. Every single people say AGS has been late on every single thing. They have not been late on every single thing. Not every single season has been late. They have been on time for seasons. Wildcard has 100% been late and overpromised and underdelivered on every single thing that they have done from ASE to ASA. I cannot think of a single thing that they actually released on time that actually stuck to what they said. And it has dug them such a deep grave to the point where at one point ASE, the old ARC, had more concurrent players than the brand new ASA. And that is awful. That is absolutely terrible for the new ASA, because ASA has so much better quality of life, so much better everything. But because they have overpromised and underdelivered so bad, people went back to the old game. It is just, that's so bad. So for them to just say we're thinking about it and to not say anything more than that is the smart decision from a business standpoint, because yes, they would rather have people frustrated that they say we're thinking about it, rather than overpromising and underdelivering. So they are picking the lesser of two evils at that point, because both, no matter what they say, it is going to be bad. And they are better off saying a lot less about it and having people upset that they say less rather than saying more and then not being able to follow through on it. So yeah, it is, I get it. It is so frustrating to hear all they say is we're thinking about it. But the amount of people who want different things within New World, and you can't just say, well, we just want more endgame content. Okay, well, what does that mean? Because different people have different outlooks on what endgame content should be added. So if they don't go with the specific thing that you want because you don't enjoy it, like let's say they put a really big focus on OPR and PvP, right? What about the PvE crowd? Would they be happy? What if they put all their focus into PvE and the PvP people who only like PvP, they will complain that they didn't get an OPR map? There is no winning. There's absolutely no winning. You know? Yeah, for Wildcard, they had to get Nitrado involved because they literally couldn't afford it. Like, Nitrado, they had to do the whole like, it was a mess. It was Wildcard, like when people say AGS is the worst dev team, this and that, they have not played Arc. They have not looked into Wildcard at all. I used to be as positive with Wildcard as I am with AGS, and then it reached a point where I gave up on Wildcard. I don't believe Wildcard actually will do anything that they say they want to do. I will still play it, though, when the content actually reaches a point where I am willing to play the game. Like, I'll still play ArcPoc here and there because there's no... Like, we just go in, we play for, like, a couple days, and then we're done. Like, that's fine. I'll do that. But, like, I still am not happy with that dev team. I still don't believe that they are actually making decisions that's best for their community. I think their PR department is absolutely terrible. They don't release weekly videos, actually, like, even though not every weekly video from AGS is necessarily pointing us in direction of the future of New World, they're at least communicating with their community. Wildcard doesn't do that. Wildcard doesn't do that. They'll wait and wait and wait, and then they'll say, all right, we're going to release this new map in 2 months. And then they don't say a word for like the next month and a half. And then we're getting within a few weeks of it. And they'll say, oh, never mind. We're delaying it. We don't know when. We have no idea when we're going to delay it to. But here you go. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, nope, never mind. We're going to do it now. Nope, we're going to delay it again. Like they go back and forth. So, like, if you think AGS is one of the worst devs out there, which not saying you guys do, but saying when people say that, I am just like, you need to go and look into Wildcard, and you need to go play some Arc and realize how bad a dev team actually can be, and how big of mistakes they can actually make. Because AGS does like so much better than a lot of dev teams out there. I mean, like, there's a lot of bad games out there. There's a lot of good games out there. There's a lot of games that just need work. AGS has a lot bigger things outside of New World that they're also going to be working on with Lord of the Rings. So, like, we also have to remember, New World is our entry into the Lord of the Rings MMO. When the Lord of the Rings MMO drops, I more than likely will stop playing New World to put all into the Lord of the Rings MMO. Because it's the same engine. I would assume we're going to get a lot of the same mechanics, combat, stuff like that. And that's going to be so sick. That's going to be so amazing. I'm assuming a lot of us will start playing that. So let's think of it instead of, we need this content in New World right now. But hey, what if they give us this content in the Lord of the Rings MMO? What if this translates over? And then the start of the Lord of the Rings MMO, we have this amazing MSQ, and then we have this amazing endgame and gear and mechanics and huge player base because it's cross-platform, because they said it's going to be cross-platform. Like, New World is essentially going to be just like the foundation for them to work off of for the Lord of the Rings MMO. So, although, yes, we want this content now, we'll eventually get it in New World, and then the Lord of the Rings MMO is going to be just insane, right? So there is some back-end stuff that it's hard to see because we're playing New World right now. We don't have the Lord of the Rings MMO, but they're really trying to set themselves up for that, it seems. That's how it feels to me, is like, yes, they still care about New World, they want New World to do well, but in the long run of AGS with their MMOs, the Lord of the Rings really is going to be bigger than New World. I mean, Lord of the Rings has the name. Like, people know it, people love it, they love the story of it, they love all that. So, like, just imagine how amazing that game will be if they complete a lot of these things within New World, you know? So I think the bigger picture for them is really branching outside of New World. And I know it's like frustrating and it makes it seem like, well, they just don't care then, they're just using it as a guinea pig. In some ways, yeah, they're using the tech and stuff as a guinea pig with New World to make sure Lord of the Rings actually works properly and stuff. But on the flip side, like, they need to get that stuff done. And so, like, the more of this stuff, at least I would assume the more of this stuff that they get done in New World, the faster and the better the Lord of the Rings will be. Because again, that is where my attention will shift when that game comes out. That's where I'll be investing a lot of my time. But it's frustrating. No matter what decisions they make, there's going to be frustration, no matter what. And whether it's a PvE focus or a PvP focus, end game, early game, it's really, really difficult, because no matter what they do, people are going to be upset. It's just the world we live in. I was actually having discussions with my dad this weekend, believe it or not, on how with social media, even in the reptile field, in a field where people just love animals and talk about animals, there's so much negativity. And it's to the extent, like with the gaming community, it's almost the exact same. It's people getting upset over things that, like, they have the right to be upset. I'm not saying people can't be upset, but it's to the point where it's being so negative that the positivity is getting completely disregarded and overlooked. There's just very, very minimal positivity when it comes to some of these things, whether it's like reptile stuff or video games. Why would a dev team want to work for a community that only complains about them? I get it that there are mistakes. I get it that there are a lot of dev teams that do mess up. But again, what about a new player to New World? You know, if you're new to New World or a return player that never hit 60, do you care about the end game right then and there? Because I'm pretty sure that crowd would prefer that they work on the MSQ and complete that. On the flip side, you know, if they work on, you know, whatever, just someone's going to be upset. People will always be upset. And again, you have every right to be upset over the content that you particularly are being affected by, but also we need to try to keep a more open mind into the people who are actually benefiting from some of these changes. Because there's a lot of people who are benefiting from the controller support. A lot of people who are going to benefit from the MSQ just being complete. There's a lot of people working very hard to give us an amazing MSQ. I don't even care about lore, but the cutscenes are awesome. The soul trials are sweet that they've worked on completing. It's really cool stuff, especially for a new character or new player. So there are a lot of people who are still benefiting from this stuff, but just because individuals don't benefit from it or certain groups don't benefit, it makes it really hard to see any benefits at all. And it's just tough. But again, like, if you're not happy with the state of any game, not just New World, if you're not happy with the state of a game, take a break, go try out some other games, play some other stuff, show some love to other dev teams and stuff like that, because every game deserves, you know, at least people to try it and see if they enjoy it. Obviously, not every dev team follows through with everything, but obviously that's a different deal. So maybe take a season off. It's okay. You can always come back. You can always try a different game. You can always just, you know, find enjoyment with your gaming elsewhere for a bit until maybe there's an update. That is okay. It's just some people make it seem like it's not. Like, you have to have constant content. You have to have constant end game always happening. There's just, you know what I mean? But it is okay to take a break. I am all for people taking a break from New World, even though I don't necessarily take a break from it because I find enjoyment in a lot of things within the game. It is okay. I don't hold it against anyone for taking a break from the game, whether it was when the game first came out, whether it's right now, whether it's in the future. It is okay. Obviously, I don't want the game to die, but I want them to make the decisions that they see as best fit for the future of the game and the future of like future players, whether they're new, returning, or current. Like, it's okay though. Like, take a break. I think season 5 will be really good for some people. I think that the numbers and a lot of people are going to probably over exaggerate, like New World's dying because a lot of that's been going around. There's so many good games that have come out in the last year that have taken people away from their main games, right? There's Helldivers 2. A lot of people are playing that. Tarkov wipes happen. That takes a lot of people away for a period of time. There's Baldur's Gate takes a lot of people away, you know? I'm going to play CS last night. Smoke these kids. Yeah, so I mean, there's stuff like that. Like, revisit some old games that you've played in the past. Like, gaming needs to be fun. That's the whole point of it. I want people to have fun in the game. If someone's complaining about New World to the point where they're not having fun, I don't want them to play. However much I want the game to grow, I don't want anyone to play a game if they're not having fun. It's not worth it. Games are designed to have fun, to relax, to get away from real life. That's why I stream and stuff, is to allow people to have a little bit of an escape. Now, again, I play a lot of New World. I still love New World. I have a lot of fun with it. I like, selling, trading. Sometimes I might not want to play New World, and that's okay. But just have fun. Like, I don't care if you play New World or not, as long as you're having fun gaming. But the people who even take a break from New World but sit there and complain about New World, or they're watching videos on it and they're not even playing the game, they need to just chill out. You're not even playing the game. You're taking a break from it. You can voice your opinion, but don't be going into YouTube videos and other people's streams and this and that and talking about it's a dead game. You're just wasting your breath. Because you're going to where people actually are enjoying the game and saying how much you don't enjoy it. That's fine. If you don't enjoy it, don't play it. I don't know why you're in the YouTube comments or why you're in a stream saying that, but sure. If that's how you want to choose to spend your time, go for it. But I guarantee you the majority of people who are enjoying the game aren't going to care what you're saying. It's just weird with social media and the internet and how negative people are. And again, outside of video games, I see the same negativity in the reptile world, in the aquarium world. There's so much negativity because people love drama. People like to complain. It gives creators content when stuff goes wrong. It's really difficult just in today's society to not get dragged down into the negativity. And that's where, again, I was talking with my dad about this, and he's in his 60s. And he's like, why can't people literally just like enjoy the things they're doing and not be negative all the time with it? And it's like crazy to hear my dad, who's in his 60s, he doesn't play video games. He just loves animals. He loves reptiles. He loves cars. And he gets tired of hearing a lot of younger people, especially, complaining about everything, And I agree. Like, I complain. I try not to complain as much because I try to be aware of it. But there are so many times that I'll complain about stuff, and I'm just like, why am I complaining? Like, why do I care? I just won't watch that person, or I won't watch this game, or I won't whatever. Like, I'll go do something that I enjoy and be positive about it. Still love the game, play every day. It's AJS's view on the direction, and it's difficult because they don't want to share their full direction because it won't necessarily make everyone happy, and we don't need to know a lot, but there's certain things that I'm assuming, and again, this is an assumption, I assume that there's certain things that that they've had planned and been unable to get done because people have been requesting content. They're taking season 5 to finally get that stuff done, and it's upsetting people because it's not new content. They gave us an expansion. We got Brimstone and an expansion within a year, right? Yeah, I think we got that within a year about. That's a lot of content. That's quite a bit of content if you really think about it. Like Brimstone was giant. That's such a big, like they gave us so much free content with Brimstone. And like the expansion, I think was a really good expansion, bringing mounts into the game. I do think that they probably could have done more with Elysian Wilds and given us maybe a little more of a territory, but we also got a free territory within that year. But we're getting content for free and getting upset when we get free stuff. Like if you receive a gift from someone, do you complain to them about it? Maybe if it's something that you don't enjoy, you might just not use it or might not wear it. But you'll go do something else and you'll find joy in something else and then maybe come back when you do enjoy it. You know, that's all. I mean, I think everyone can be upset. I have my complaints. I try not to share publicly too many complaints or downsides to everything, because I think usually when I have a complaint, there's already a lot of other people complaining about it. So I'm just not going to add fuel to the fire in that, because I'm just like, yeah, I agree. I'm upset with that. But you know what? I'll get over it. I'll move on. You know, I don't need to go make a video about it, about how much I'm upset and the stuff. That's just not me. That's not me personally. You know what I mean? So, oh no, you're being rubbish and dead, and then they say don't play. Yeah, exactly. I've had so many people who are just like, this is a dead game, you should uninstall it. I haven't played since launch, and I'm like, okay. You are wasting your time going into a video and watching a video on a game that you haven't played in the last like 2 years practically. Okay. I think I'm gonna disregard that. It's like that is clearly someone complaining to complain because they like the drama, they like the negativity, and it's important to kind of ignore that stuff or just laugh it off. But it's also difficult when you see so much negativity, and I 100% will agree, like it's really 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 difficult to not fall into the negativity from creators because they have a following, or because you might see multiple creators complaining about the same thing. It's hard to not just fall into that loop of negativity. Again, if you're upset with not just New World, if you're upset with a game, if you're upset with the direction that game's going, take a break. Now we'll take Diablo 4 for example, right? So you have Diablo 4, that was a $70 game. Diablo franchise is huge. The direction they were going was not good. People stopped playing because they were upset with the direction of it. And the devs are suffering because of it. If New World sees that, like, let's say people take a break because they're upset with New World, and let's say the player base drops to a point where, like, it is really, really, really bad. You know, like, it's bad as far as concurrent players, but the one thing that people don't keep in mind is there's been a lot of new games that are pulling players away, stuff like that. But, like, they'll change direction. Either that or they have a plan, and they might be forecasting that their numbers drop. They might know that their numbers are going to drop before they get back up. You know, like in some cases, things sometimes have to get worse before they get better. I think season 5 is one of those situations. I think season 5 is a situation where it's going to get worse, and then season 6 will get significantly better. That's my hope. And that's potentially what they see, and they might not be worried about numbers dropping because they know that it's going to get worse before it gets better. I don't know. I could see that happening because of all the changes that are coming to season 5. But again, we can play other games. We can do other stuff. I'm fine with that. Like, if New World gets to a point where I'm not happy with the direction, I'll go start playing other games. I already play some other games just waiting for season 5. That's okay. Doesn't mean that I'm upset. Summer usually peaks player counts after Christmas. Yeah, I mean, it's gaming is very seasonal for some people, right? wintertime, a lot of us kind of, especially in the Midwest, a lot of us kind of hunker down, and like gaming with snow outside and stuff is great. I love it. I love when it's snowing outside, you're just kind of cozy inside playing games. Just kind of like gives you that feeling of like, all right, I'm just ready to hang out and just watch the snowfall and play video games. That's really fun. I like that. So I definitely like am more inclined to game and just do a lot more of that stuff in the wintertime. Summertime, like it's a lot more tempting to go outside and enjoy the weather and stuff like that, you know? And then yeah, I mean, summertime for kids, like I think for adults it's better in the wintertime, for kids it's better in the summer, right? You kind of get like this flip-flop of player bases, because like yeah, I mean summertime you see a lot more kids in streams, in YouTube videos, in games in general. So you just see certain changes within the games. But again, like how many new games have we gotten in the last 6 months? Or let's say yeah, like 6 months. Like when did Baldur's Gate come out? When did Helldivers come out? When did Pal World had insane numbers? And then the CEO or whatever of Pal World, didn't he make like a public statement saying like, hey, we know that our numbers dropped, we want you to go play other games, it's okay, like if you don't want to play Pal World right now, we have stuff in the works, come back when we have more content. Like when has a dev ever said that? Like, hey, go play another game and come back once we have more content for you, you know? So I think a lot of a lot of the good or better dev teams like know that their numbers will fluctuate. They're not going to retain that like massive amount. Like CS has, I think CS is still the #1 Steam game, right? They have been for years and years and years. So I mean, if you compare to CS, like every game struggles compared to them when you look at numbers. But I don't know. I think everyone should voice their opinions as far as being upset or negative or positive or whatever. It's okay, but those who are just so stuck on being only negative, play something else. I really hope that you find something that you enjoy. I really do. Video games shouldn't be stressful. I feel like they're very stressful for some people because they're so upset with the direction of some games. And I know a big part of that is because they love the game and they want the game to do well. But it's okay. Play something else. That's where we'll leave that off. Very good discussion today, though. I know that it's one that we have often, especially because season 5 has been delayed. But it's something that I want the gaming community. I want more than just the gaming community. I want the gaming community, the reptile community, all the communities that like I try to be a part of. I want them all to just like start being more positive. Like start talking positive about the games that you do like. Instead of talking negative about the games that you don't like, start talking positive about the games that you do like, right? Hype up those games that you really enjoy and have fun with. Even if it's like an old game, like be like, hey, I started playing this again. Like Bo said, I played CS and smoked some kids after 3 years. Like that's awesome. I've never played CS, but like maybe I'll try it. I'm terrible at FPS games at this point. Like I used to be okay at them and now I'm terrible. So like I don't really play FPS, but maybe I'll, you know, if I hear enough hype over one, I might try it out and play it. Who knows? So just try to be positive. I still love New World. Obviously, I wish there was more endgame content, but I also make the most out of the content that's in the game. It does help that I make, you know, content for it, but even prior to me making as much content for it, I still loved it. I'm still doing the same things that I loved before I made content for the game, you know? So that's where we'll leave that off, though. What is a mechanic scene about? Okay, I'm not worried about that. But good discussion. It's discussions that need to happen, you know? I just want people to enjoy their games. That's the whole point of video games. It is the whole point of playing a video game is to have fun. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom really quick though, because this caffeine's going right through me, so I'll be right back. What's this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. Check season pass across different characters, but couldn't get it. What do you? Oh, so like, I don't know who that is. If they pop into chat, I'll add them. So you mean like certain things? So like the musket skin you can't collect. So like certain things are account bound through the season pass. So like they're obviously not going to give you your marks of fortune each time, because that's all account based, right? So like if you have marks of fortune on your US, you're gonna have marks of fortune on your EU, right? And then same thing with any transmog stuff, whether it's like skins, transmog tokens, any of that, that is connected directly to your account. So then on like EU versus US, you'll be able to use all the same transmog stuff, including the transmog tokens. So some stuff that is account based will not be collectible on every single character, because otherwise you could literally, like, if that were the case, you could literally get a free season pass every single time by just like having a bunch of different characters, you know what I mean? Because you just collect marks of fortune for free. But then other things like the coins and like furniture and stuff, that's all character. That's all connected to your character. So it just depends on what type of item it is. But like if you purchase the season pass, you should have access to that on every single character. It's just the rewards, you won't get every single one. If that makes sense. Cause like my EU character, I have a bunch of that stuff unlocked. I think I hit level 75 on my EU character. I might work on that today, actually. Ooh, look at that. Storage upgrade. Let's do crafting station fee. So the premium, so like if you've completed the season, let's say you don't own the premium, you only have the free, anything like marks of fortune or like transmog token, anything like that, you cannot collect again because that is connected to your like Steam account. Whereas in like any of the consumables or resources, faction tokens, stuff like that, that's connected to that specific character. So then you can collect it on every single character that you have. But anything that's actually connected to your Steam account, like marks of fortune and stuff, that stuff you can only collect once per account. No matter how many characters you have, you can only collect it once. So I'm gonna do a scarab run. It's all grayed out across. It'll be grayed out until you actually get leveled up on the season pass. Like it'll show grayed out. It won't show colorful. But like, see the check mark? Look for that check mark. The grayed out just means you haven't reached that point. But the check mark, if it's a check mark and grayed out, that means you cannot collect it again. So the check mark in the top right means that you've collected it already on that character. I may also be misunderstanding what you're saying. When I'm gonna hop over to my EU in a little bit, probably. Just to work on that. But yeah, look for the check mark in the top right. Because I would assume, unless something's like funky on yours, like we'll look at the beginning here, like your season's welcome and all this. This shouldn't have the check mark, but it more than likely is probably gonna, I think it's grayed out, right? Now you got me wondering what it was like at the start. But yeah, try it again and see. Because you should be able to collect a lot of that stuff again. Because I was able to on EU, unless like something's acting up on the season pass right now. which I guess could be a possibility, but I doubt it. And it's been so long since I played, or it feels like it, just because I was gone for 4 days and I haven't gamed since Wednesday. Come on, fella, get out of there, please. But at this point, I'm just gonna keep prepping for season 5. Might as well get as much as we can ready to go, and maybe I will finish my season pass over on EU. A rapier, huh? That's kind of odd. Hey, Taboo. It's going alright. Getting some of the dailies done since I haven't played since Wednesday. See if we have some Scarab luck on the main, and then might switch over to EU to work on Season Pass while I still got some time. I think I hit 75 on EU. I don't remember now. Because I was helping Kat with her EU character. She's been, well, she hasn't worked on it a bit, but she was working on it for a while, and I was literally just working on Season Pass while helping her. Present will be on me. I might, we'll see. I'd rather do EU, to be honest. I'd rather do EU OPRs. Just because I need I'm like 17 or 18 on the PvP track, so I really need to get that PvP track done. Otherwise, I'm going to just fall further behind on artifacts for that. I need Nimble Coat. I need to pull 2 Nimble Coats before Bo pulls 1. It's really important to me. Pretty sure Bo has every single PvP track artifact except for Nimble Coat now, so it'd be awesome if I have 2 of them. And again, Season 5, I'll be primarily only playing on my main, other than I'm going to do the 10-man trial on my alt just to make sure that I can get that done. Here, I need to change this window over. There we go. It's just flamethrower good. Yeah, get it, guy. That's what we like to see. I'm getting a decent amount of gold stuff. It's just the gear score is going to be garbage on it. That's okay. I don't know. Should I try CS sometime? I've literally I've never played it. I feel like I'd be really, really bad. But for FPS games, Team SWAT back in the day, Halo 2 and 3, Team SWAT was my jam. That's what I was best at. I also don't have the same reaction time that I once had. So that's my concern. But I might try CS sometime. We'll see. I think I'd like CS better than Valorant. Valorant's too much for me. I've thought about it and I'm just like, no, I can't do Valorant. I already get irritated enough. Yeah, Counter-Strike. Like, there's part of me that wants to play FPS games again, but I know I'm just not good at them. And so, like, yeah. I mean, part of why I'm not good at them is probably because I just don't play them much, but... Alright, guy. We'll get these ones. And then you can come over here. Just do only scarabs today. I'm not gonna worry about doing all the extra loot. Nice, so yeah, more of like an assassination build. Yeah, it's kind of one of the better assassin builds in general, running Sword and Shield with Spear. Can be quite deadly. Well, why is this? There we go. My ult wasn't working there. Might be better in medium. Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, there's some people who are really, really good in light armor. Like, their movement and just, you know, they're really, really good with it. And those who are really good with light armor, I think it's extremely strong just because you get the damage buff. And, like, we'll see with next season, just because medium is getting a slight nerf. So we'll see if medium, like, you know, more assassination builds ends up being viable or not. I'm sure it will be, but I think light's just going to be a little bit stronger. As long as you don't get CC'd. If you get CC'd in light armor, though, it's rough. Very rough. Over here, guy. I'll do it. Okay, nice. Scorpion Stinger works really well with the type of build that you're running. I highly recommend for your artifact weapon at least to run Scorpion Sting. And then for a sword, I'll show you what I'm running, because the sword that I have would be really good. So just Enchanted, Keenly Empowered, Empowering Leaping Strike. Just all around really nice. But I'd say Empowering Leaping Strike is going to be really important for assassination builds. You like Keenly Empowered on Shield? Yeah, I mean, it just depends on like what combination you like, you know? You can do a lot of different combos though between your sword and your shield. So I'll just kind of figure out what's best. But I will say for assassins, having the Empowering Leaping Strike on your sword is so good. It's like, how much of a percentage? Yeah, it's a plus 33% damage to enemies slowed by your leaping strike, so it's a massive increase in damage. Thus why with my heavy armor, I can actually hit people if I'm chasing them, you know, I can hit them decently hard. But for heavy armor, I'm running more defensive perks on my shield then, you know. This guy's gonna retreat. I really don't. Nice. Good timing. Feel better for that. So when I've ran assassination builds, which I'm not the best assassin, but obviously like it's more mechanical. It's a skill issue, not so much a build issue. I run both. Main reason being is that your shield rush can apply such a good slow, and you can actually set up your shield rush or your shield bash with a shield rush in some ways. So like, how much is that slowing? I forget. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a 30% slow. It's massive. So the issue with empowering empowering Whirling Blade is it only works when there's groups. Like, it doesn't work on an individual target. So that's my main issue with the empowering Whirling Blade. You need to have multiples there, and usually in light armor, or a lot of times in light armor, you're going to be singling us, like a healer out or something, or whatever. And so that's where the empowering leaping strike is actually a lot better. But if you're fighting more groups, then empowering Whirling Blade can be really strong. But if it's more individuals, like an assassination build, in my opinion at least, I think the empowering leaping strike is better. Like, for my heavy armor, I could definitely consider running that and swapping. I'd have to swap something out. I really like my heavy armor build, so I don't foresee myself changing it. Use both. So you can definitely do that. So what I would do though is, if you're running both, I would run the empowering leaping strike on your sword and then run empowering Whirling Blade on a piece of armor. Because then what you're going to get is your leaping strike is going to apply that slow, and it's going to empower your Whirling Blade even more. So I would consider running it like that. You could try it the reverse too. You could try running the Whirling Blade on your sword and then running the leaping strike on your armor, and just see which one works better. I'd have to look and see the exact percentage differences. I really don't remember. I just know, like, anytime I run leaping strike, especially for like OPRs and stuff, I always prefer having it on my sword. But I've also ran, like, for assassination builds, I've ran Leaping Strike with Shield Bash and Shield Rush. I've ran it with Whirling Blade before because, you get that little, like, spurt of movement forward. So you can definitely make that work. Shield Rush is just so good because it's, it's a massive slow. Like, the slow is so good. Plus a weaken and all that, too. Getting gold items, but no scarabs. It's very disappointing. Did you actually get 5 yesterday, or are you just saying that? That's actually nuts if you did. It's a believable number, that's why I ask. If you said 10, I'd say, yeah, you're just making it up. But 5 is an actual believable number. It's just slightly unbelievable because it's Yubo. Yeah, 4 today, nice taboo. Oh, you did all. Oh, you only did Castrum? You didn't do, like, Wall and Helios? That's actually really good. I will say, Legion Wild seems to drop a decent amount if you're consistent with it. I really left my inventory a mess before I went out of town, didn't I? PvP is burning out. Yeah, I mean, it's good to, like, swap around to PvE and PvP just to prevent too much burnout. Yeah, there is. You went past the front. Oh, nice. Yeah, sometimes you just kind of have to jump on the train when it's there. When it's meant to be, it's meant to be, you know? Alright. I mean, there's not a whole lot I feel like doing on my main. I think I'm just gonna hop over to EU. Oh, look how much sugar I farmed before I went out of town. Dang. Wait a minute. Look how much sugar I got. I got 268 sugar. How much is it going for right now? I haven't checked prices since I've been back. I haven't checked anything. This is my first time logging in since I've been back. You gonna get kind of rich? Did I sell anything while I don't think I did. 314. When did I go out of town? Oh, I did sell those when I was gone. Oh, nice. 15K. So many different PvP builds. See, that's why I make a lot of my builds good for both PvP and PvE. Then I can enjoy them whenever. Oh, I sold those boots. Yeah, those weren't bad. But yeah, I try not to run too many PvP specific perks just for that reason. Gamba went badly? Well, that's why it's Gamba. That is the Gamba. Nutmeg dropped in price. People must have farmed it. Cinnamon's down in price. It's because people are sitting on a lot of resources right now. What about mint? Yeah, even mint's down in price. So this type of stuff, the supply is huge right now. So it'd actually be a good time to run buy orders if anyone's like trying to get that type of stuff. I'm just gonna keep stockpiling. I'm not gonna buy anymore. I can farm all that stuff. Will I farm all that stuff? Probably not, but I could. Farming sounds like a lot of work. Oh my gosh, I don't even have any, whatever. I mean, I should be doing all this stuff on my EU. All right, we're switching to EU. What if I complete my season pass? That'd be crazy. Plus, we have Bo in chat, so I need to go pull my second Nimble coat in front of him. It'd be great. I'll be really pleased to see that I have 2 of them. Farm your herbs and Cutlass? What? I don't think Cutlass offers anything. I don't think I have any farming ideas or videos ever planned for Cutlass. I refuse. I refuse. Cinnamon? I'll buy my cinnamon before I go to Cutlass to farm it. Cinnamon's cheap. You can go farm your cinnamon. I'll go farm mint and nutmeg and sugar. In a proper territory, you know? Not some rundown territory. They honestly should have just left First Light and redone Cutlass. That would have been the smarter plan. First Light was so much better for herbs anyways. First Light was like my favorite herb farming area. It was great. Except for if the portals were up. They're all tier 1s though, so you could easily burn through them. Hey, what did you say? What was that, Bo? Huh? What? We got 14K. Let's go buy our chromatic seal. Oh, forgot. I'm green. I'm not yellow. Taboo, why do you prefer my main over EU? I'm just curious. OPRs are OPRs, aren't they? If I heal on my main, it's essentially the same as healing on EU, other than I just don't have their secondaries. Doing it. We're just gonna hop right in. What's the goal of today? I'm not even gonna worry. Well, how far did I get in the season pass? Oh yeah, Riddler. So it does, if you're still in chat, it doesn't actually grade it out. I see. I couldn't remember. It's been, I mean, I couldn't remember at all. It looks better. Yeah, but imagine if I get Pestilence. Imagine if I get Pestilence on my EU character. Then I can do it on both. You know what I mean? I do have Scorpion Sting. What? Oh, Barbosa. Huh. I guess that would explain why they ran around me. Better gear? Yeah, but what's the fun in having, like, the best gear? I don't die easy enough then. I like the spicy OPRs, alright? The OPRs get very spicy. On top of that, how am I gonna get better gear on my alt if I don't play it? Can't expect me to get better gear on my EU character if I'm not playing it. Trust me. I have a better flail on EU than I do on NA. That counts for something. Play for stream? I am. You don't have to watch my EU character. But I'm also not just gonna do what you say, alright? Play it off stream? But that doesn't make sense. EU is busier when I'm streaming, and NA is busier when I'm not streaming. So wouldn't I play NA off stream? I don't know what I'm getting into here, so we're gonna play it a little safer. The EU OPRs at night suck because there's not as many people on. NA is decent during the day, but EU when I would be playing at night is not great. It's so late. Tried to heal that guy, but I think our team must have been missing people or something. Or DCs or something, that can happen. I won't be making any new build videos until Season 5, there's no point. I've got build videos planned for Season 5 though, so I'll be getting that stuff rolling eventually. Oh, that grabbed me? It's crazy. You crazy guy. Top of that, I haven't had anyone else complain about my EU character, alright? I need another nimble coat. I need it. It's necessary. Plus I'm rusty. I'm rusty right now. I need to get my mechanical skills back. I don't have Void Gauntlet leveled, and Void Gauntlet's boring compared to Flail. Void Gauntlet's very boring for me compared to running Flail for PvP at least. I mean, I guess you can get like screams and stuff, but I'd rather trip people. It's hilarious watching someone fall down and then the team swarms them. And Voidblade just... Some of you know my feelings on Voidblade. I want it to work. Does it ever work for me outside of PvE? No. No, it does not. If I pull a Putrefying Scream Void Gauntlet, I would run that. But I don't have one right now. See, I thought I saw someone back there. There you go, fella. Have a heal. Yeah, as a healer with Void Gauntlet, I'll pretty much only do it in PvP if I can have Putrefying Scream on the Void Gauntlet. I've ran Tether before, and Tether's fine, but I can't follow up with it. So it's like I'm just chasing after them with the Tether. They're just slowed. That's it. Shoot him, guy. Charge. Like I just stammed out. Get him. Ooh, that was lucky that that heal bounced over to that guy. Yeah, I think our team just didn't have a full team at the start. We're like kind of rocking them now. Tink son tinks, I'm telling you. There you go. You can have some heals up there. Range players. Oh, this is that paladin. I need to probably fall back for sun here. But my group is here, so I'll stick with them. Good play, teammate. I like it. You done good. See, I can trip their healers. Mess up their heals. Uh-oh, I'm getting pulled into the blender. Get tripped, guy. Ah, I missed the stairs. My group die here. Yeah, we have to fall back now. This is the time. Oh, I fell. Wait, what? Tank, I guess? Guy, help me. He's chasing me. Help. Shoot him. Do whatever weapon you got. Use it. He's still chasing me. Got you. Quick regroup with the team and we're back in it. I don't think that guy should have been flamethrowing right there. Kinda got him killed. Bacon. Bacon barn, to the bacon barn. Going to the bacon barn. It's about that time. There you go, fella. You're running away from me, so that's all you get. They must be running Ankh or something, because I was doing a lot more with my beacon than I thought I was supposed to. Work. You're turning this game around. Let's see. 18 on the season pass, or 18 on the PvP track. So should be able to hit 20 today as long as we get a few wins under our belt. Oh. I mean, it didn't really hurt, but I don't know. Alright, we need to get on point here, though. I don't need to quit chasing that healer around. Where the heck did that just go? Tripped him. Work. Was that an evade shot that just hit me? Oh, the musket. I'm just going to debuff removal mode at that point, you know? Lots of heavy attacks. Okay, the keg play, I like it. Speaking of, why don't I have a keg? Work, team. Alright. Alright, we're doing it. Ooh, our teammates running wind chill. I like it. Wind chill's getting a buff next season too. It's not a huge buff, but it's like a 5% increase in damage. I think it's either 5 or 10. I can't remember for sure. Yeah! It was worth. It was worth. He was starting to kill my keg. I'll take it. It's a trade. That was easily worth it. Get kegged, guy. Quick 80k damage. Oh, that's right. I don't know why, but it gets really buggy if I don't swap weapons right when I respawn. Okay. Remove the debuff. I thought that was an enemy. Someone's doing the like creeper walk. A little laggy. Bounce that heal over. I'm getting pressured though. Like it. I mean, we could try the heavy armor build on EU. It's not great. I die really fast with it. I don't have any slash conditioning on it. It's kind of rough. Oh, my headset's dying. I guess I didn't charge it before I left. Oh, I got that heal off. I thought that guy was gonna die. I can't heal you around that corner, guy. You went the opposite way of the heals. He made it. How'd they not kill him? That's crazy. Baron. Baron. I mean, I don't know what that Muska was thinking. He should have just kept running and veered off to the right, try to pull as many people away from Baron as possible. Yeah, we did not go Baron in time. Well, let's maintain the 2, at least. I guess I missed that beacon. I didn't think I was gonna hit that, but you never know. Some debuffs from people. Okay. Okay, that got 2. No, they got 3. There's a 3-man. Oh my gosh, that was a massive. That's a massive keg. That was an absolutely massive keg. That's crazy. Okay. Nice. That was such a big keg. 3-man, that's crazy. Got another one. Okay, I thought that guy's name was Sardine in our group. He's repairing it. Right. I mean, this guy, we have the same idea. They're gonna have to go for one or the other. I think he lit it too early. Oh my gosh, he got another 3-man! This other team's gonna be so mad. We just killed 4 or 5 of them. We killed like 20+% of their team with 2 kegs. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Okay. Let me repair it. Yeah, it won't let me repair it. No! They caught on. They figured out the plan. Get out of there! I tried. That's right. Okay. The guy on our team got 6 kills with 2 kegs. That's insane. That's so many kills. Oh, I thought that guy died. His name went away. Splash a light healer, because I've been getting the heals randomly from him. Guarantee you the people who went after the kegs in that last fight are the people who died from the kegs the last time. Oh. I was hoping our team was going to push in. I guess I could have just gone up top, but I was hoping we were going to push on that. That's right. Reset. My headset's still dying. Forgot. Well. Guess might as well just repair it. I had a little bit of resources there. I don't know, can they win with a 1 cap? Or with a 2 cap, I mean? I think we can win with a 1 cap. This is all I can do. Oh, that was some lag. I had hardly any resources to repair there anyways. Big trip. Big trip. Give me all that. You guys don't need that. There, I repaired a tiny bit. We need Baron. No, we need Baron. If they get Baron, if they're all at Baron, we lose. Well, unless we get, if we get the 2-cap, actually, we're good, right? Okay, we're just gonna have to hope that they don't have kegs. If they have kegs at Baron, this is gonna be really bad. Please tell me they're not at Baron. Nice. GG, that was a crazy OPR. That was our first one of the day, too. That's nuts. I need to plug in my headset here. 7 and 2. What was my damage output? Does it count kegs? Not even close. Does it count keg damage towards your overall damage? Like, I got 6 kills, though, with kegs. In 2 kegs, 6 kills. It's so crazy. It was this guy right here. I want to see how many kills did he get. He had 15. 6 of his 15 kills were just from 2 kegs. At least, if not more. That's so nuts. Oh, EU OPRs just... They're so different. It's always sun fights most of the time. I mean, like, you still get one-sided matches, but the sun fights are just incredible sometimes. Okay, we'll take that. I'm gonna take that. Do I not actually have anything here? Oh, I suppose we could probably finish some of this. Let me do this, because I'm working on getting my musket build together. So, of course, it gives me a bow. And a tower shield. Because I'm not wearing full gear. For my invasion build, that actually isn't bad. I'm gonna lock that for invasions, because I think... Oh wait, I already have a hat. Never mind. I don't need that for invasions. Except for invasions, I'm gonna be running nature harnessing. GG easy. Unclaimed rewards, really? Sure seems pretty claimed to me. Let's put some pants on here. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom after that one. That was a really long match. I'll be right back. Should try to get this leveled up though at some point, huh? Tribunal mammoths, Tribunal hindmound, trampled steps, and I still have to kill the monkey. So I have 4 chromatic seals now. I mean, I guess I could do my syncretic musket. I need to figure out what all I need for my invasion build, because I want to put together my invasion build so I can actually start running consistent invasions on EU. I might try to do some on US East. We'll see. How much XP do we get if we win? Is it 5k? If it's 5k for a win, then we can hit track 19. Imagine if my first track, once I hit 20, what if I get Nimble Code immediately? I think Bo might uninstall his game forever at that point. I would also take Pestilence. Pestilence or Nimble Coat. Those are the 2 that I need. Anything outside of that is just, you know, whatever. The haste. I guess I could try to do an Elysian Wilds run with my musket gear. I'm gonna check the market though, and just see if there's any cheap nature harnessing junk for sale. Shoot a musket man. Alright, let's hope this is a dub, a one-sided dub. That's what I want this time. The guy was dodging my beacon like it's no one's business. There was no hitting that guy. Alright. We just need to make sure our team doesn't overextend too much. I can't hit you. Let me heal you. They already have a respawn up? What the heck? Team, we need to like really not overextend this because they're gonna respawn and just go behind us. Yeah, we are... I don't know why we're fighting over there. I'm falling back. I'm gonna help out back here. Sword and shield musket. That can be a really decent build. I don't know why our team's fighting over there. Oh, we're on the point finally. Okay. Got 3 healers here. They're so diseased. Come on, Musket Man, shoot him. Nice. There you go. I'll pocket a musket if they're gonna get kills like that, sure. Do whatever I can. Probably help if I swap weapons there, huh? Just pocketing this musket. I got mortal empowerment stacks too, so. Or they did, I think. Oh no, they still do. They just get that one too. Yeah, they have 3 stacks. Maybe I should start running mortal empowerment on my musket build. Get tripped, guy. I think I just got hit with a Light's Embrace. Person's upset that we're not getting their spawn, but we still have the triple cap. We're not gonna fall back for one guy, sorry. You're gonna have to handle that on your own. I think they've been getting killed a few too many times at our spawn. Can't be that bad if we haven't lost it yet. They're not even pushing their own spawn. Yeah, we still on Moon. I don't understand the issue here. I think that musket might be a 5-con musket. I healed him for like 6k and it was a lot more HP than I thought it was gonna be for him. Oh, he died before I could do anything about that. Got Baron in a minute, so I'll try really hard to not die here. Hey, you didn't have any bleeds on me. Are we even gonna make it to Baron? Oh, we are not. That was an absolute roll. But we'll take it. 3,600 XP, so I didn't quite get there. I just stayed at stone pretty much the whole time, helping out there. Alright, I want to see what's out there for nature harnessing really quick. Well, that'd be a little too high gear score. It's not bad. Invigorated. I mean, Invigorated is not great, though. Do I have... So, do I have any nature harnessing? No. Okay. Okay. I mean, I could put nature harnessing on my, Ooh, this one's actually really... Well, it's split attribute, though. I really don't like that. You could put it on Nimble Coat when I get it, and then just run Nimble Coat. Ooh, this is not bad. Thrust Conditioning. That actually is really solid. I'm gonna buy that. It's 1,300, 1,400. Fairly inexpensive. Because slash conditioning isn't as good just because of the fact that, like, if I'm taking that much damage from slash damage, I'm in trouble. I shouldn't be there if that's happening. I just don't like Invigorated for dex builds like this. But Nimble Coat probably isn't the best for what I need. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be the worst, but... So we have boots. Freedom over vigor. It's cheaper. It's much cheaper. I guess the question is, do I put together my musket build before I put together my sword? Because I think the original plan was I was going to put my sword together. And that would have given me the exact sword that I needed for heavy armor. But I can use all of this stuff for... I can use all of it for my invasion build as well. Let me see what's other for gloves. There's not much out there for gloves, is there? Okay. What hats? It's a strength gear. Maybe we just get these for $6.50. They're pretty cheap. I mean, vigor is better, but we're just gonna go with this. It's cheaper. We get one more attribute point out of it. It'll be fine. And then we'll put this... Oh, I do have a chest piece with nature. Oh, okay. Alright, that works. That and that. Move that. That down there. Are there any more invasions? What time is it on E? It's probably too late on EU, isn't it? Let me see. Okay, doesn't like that. Oh, there is one. There's one in like 15, is this 15 minutes? Another one as well. Or is that tomorrow? No, that's today. I mean, I could try to put together a build quick, I guess. Well, I don't really have the money though to invest in that, do I? Yeah, we'll just wait for now. We shall wait. Let's do this though, like that. Alright, let's keep this rolling. Trying to get our nimble coat. Get smart. I can do that. Got all those. Enemies in Great Cleave, I could get that done. Power gun, beast. Okay, we can actually get that. Those two done. I just need to go here. Nice. So this will get us to 19, right? Track 19 and then just one more and we'll be able to start farming up a lot of the artifacts. Then we can farm artifacts finally. I'm trying to debate. I mean, I'll probably have two different builds, like two different musket builds themselves for like the mastery. Oh, someone died already, huh? We win this fight unless there's a bunch that are behind us. Literally going to back up immediately, huh? They don't have anyone on their side though. Well, if we can cap that, then maybe we can push up to get it. Whatever. Healer's not gonna do anything. We didn't actually cap Moon. It's not good. We need to go cap Star. They have a decent amount on Star, it seems. Yeah, they have a bunch. Uh-oh. He's getting the heals through the door. Nice. Okay. Moon still hasn't even been taken fully? That's crazy. You need to be careful because we could lose Sun with the back cappers going there. Is that a life staff unit? No, that's a fire, isn't it? I haven't seen any life staff blunderbuss users on you. Yeah. Getting moon now. Kind of. They don't, at least don't have a respawn on moon. That's the important part right now. We have ads going on over on Twitch, just a heads up. Whoa. Backline heals. Losing people. Oops, my bad. Whoops. I'm dead. I thought I was gonna. I never repair anything. I thought it pops up again. I didn't realize I had to go through the list. I didn't have like much wood at all, anyways. So did we at least? Yeah, nice. We got our spawn up and all that. That was a very, very good push. What are you doing? Oh, he's trying to do like the dolphin dive thing. That's what he's doing. Why is he just laying down? I don't know if I can get to you, guy. I can try. Off the beaten path there, though. Chasing a healer, though. I don't really want to go over there for that. It's that same healer just kind of wasting time. There's been healers on occasion that don't really do anything for their team other than just, they're just kind of time wasters. That's all I got. Okay. We need to go Baron team. Oh, never mind. We got it. Good job, team. I wasn't paying attention. Glad someone was. My bee can go up there. No, it's just that healer that's wasting time. It's fine. He's not healing his team. That's the important part, as long as we don't have like 10 people chasing him. I'll just leave him. He's not gonna do anything. I don't know if we necessarily have to have our whole team on this push. I didn't think we were gonna be able to push him back this much. Monstar. Yeah. It's alright, our team will take it. And we can just kind of wait. Fall back to Sun, I guess. That must have been, what, their Baron team or their Baron group? Went Sun or something? I don't know. We don't really have anyone there, so doesn't surprise me too much. Hey guy, your healer backed off. Fine, they're fighting out there. I'll just take Sun then. I was patient. You had two healers trying to fight. Well, you had one healer trying to fight a healer. We did that. We did it, team. Great work. All right, now what? Where do we go? I don't know where I'm going here. I guess up here. Our team's going back. I don't know where to go. Just dodge and everything, huh? Healer tax. I had to take that one. Oh, that guy was shooting at. I didn't see anyone over there. Okay. I mean, we only need the 2 cap. We really don't need 3, so. So yeah, I don't know. This match was just kind of, we're just waiting for it to end, really. Not a whole lot to do. They went for that back cap way too late. Couldn't have gone for that execute guy, I'm just saying. You got separated from your team, guy. Yep, you got separated from your team because you got so distracted going after me. Ooh, someone just like blew him up. Do we even bother going Baron? I don't really know if that's even the play at this point. I keep smacking that healer. Your other heals here. You don't need me to heal. We don't have any disease in this group. There, there's a little disease. Can I not have Divine Embrace? I don't know, or not Divine Embrace, Sacred Ground. I don't know if that healer actually had Sacred or if he was just tossing it elsewhere. I couldn't tell. I could not tell on that. Yeah, that was weird. I had to actually like complete track. That's very weird. Alright, what did I have here? I think I had the... Let's just re-roll. Magic. Beast. And did I have... Great Glaive. Perfect. Like detected. Whoa. Really laggy right now. Nice. I got a bunch of these done. And let's do this and that. That one done. Let me get those two. That done. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go over here. I need to run to the bathroom before we get into the next match. We're really close to 20 though. So I'm gonna have to hit 20 and then get another full track in order to have a chance at an artifact even. So I will be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick though. All right. All right. So we just need to hit 20. That's the goal of the day today. Is hit 20 on the PvP track. It's 2 or 3 more matches. We try the heavy armor. Enough. Shield do I have? That's fine. Let's see how this goes. This might be terrible. Got it. At least I got my accelerated resolve. That'll help. That will help keep me alive a little bit longer at least. This build definitely needs some slash conditioning though. I have way too much strike. Nice, very nice push. Oh. Let's maybe not go on the tank, huh? Too late now, I guess. Just gonna go heavy attacks. There we go. Nice. Oof, that's a big heavy. Not gonna worry about the big tanky guy. I can't keep up with the light armors like that. Not very easily. I forgot I don't have stone form on this guy. It's fine, as long as we maintain the 2, that's all I care about. There you go. Got 2 out of that. My gosh. Ah, we needed a heal in that doorway. It's alright. How many kills did I get there? A decent amount, just heavy attack. And I like the trenchant crits quite a bit, actually. We got 7 in that first push. Oh my gosh. Okay. We'll take it. Plus 21 assists. I mean, we were helping the team. He's gonna be ready for Baron. Need some heals to be pushed up just so we can shove up a little bit. But we're just gonna go straight to Baron. Or if they're on Baron or not. Nice. I get my A's off. That was a decent Baron. Slowed the one guy down from getting there. He had a fire staff, so it was very good that we stopped him. And now I have enough for a keg. It is keg time. I just need to take sun so I can buy it. Did he just stick him with that grenade? That was awesome if it did. We got back capped. We got teammates on star, so I think we just send respawns to star and we try to just keep their respawns from pushing sun. Oh, we don't have a healer here. They do. I have 2 healers here. More people showing up too. Here we go. Let's go. I think that was a double. Yeah, that was a double. Come on, healers, please heal me. I need 2 more? Really? No, I just need 1 more A's off. Ah! I should have backed off. That was just not smart. I got a double though. We'll take a double kill with the keg. They do need to make it so you can easily see if a keg is lit or not, and then I wonder if they would ever color, like make the kegs like, you know, different colors if it's yours or not. I think they probably should do that, but I don't know. Maybe they like the fact that it's kind of a gamble. If you see a keg, just stay away unless you saw your teammate light it. But it's just kind of exciting. You never know. They're 25, so I just need 25 more, and we can get another one. Hope that someone's got some for me. These bags. Still fighting back on point. He's just gonna keep running, team. There's still someone back on point. It's these heavy armors. Dang, heavy armor? Who does that? Get out of here. Baron. Do we worry about Baron right now? I think we're better off just staying here. I mean, they're not going to actually be able to do anything here. Oh. They took forever to push into the stupid point. That's fine. That's fine. We were losing numbers just because we had gotten Baron, but we got Baron. So it's all good. This is a good match for me, though. Not too shabby. Especially for someone who doesn't run... Well, I guess I was running heavy a lot before I went on town, but... I'm not too crazy with it. 12-4. It's probably one of my better games with this build, at least on EU. NA, I don't remember what my best is on NA though. stay there and fight that guy. Oh, alright. I'll admit, I was a little DPS brained on that one. But the guy I was initially going after died, so worth it. Not a bad heavy armor match, though. Not bad at all. Person's not using heavy attacks. They're just light attacking. I think a lot of people don't realize that you can heavy attack with a bow. There's a lot of people I've met that just weren't aware that that's how it worked. Want that big group? Nah. 'Cause I want that big group to push up, but they're gonna stay back. $12 and 5, I'll take it. 50 assists on top of it. Beast, two-handed weapons, and did we get break cleave? Perfect. I forgot, I have to kill him with my great axe though. I need the two-handed weapons for that. Do that and that. And then I think I still need to get two more with two-handed weapon. You and go get this one and we'll be good on that. I mean, technically I can get that one. If I do, whoops, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, there was enough. Nice. I mean, might as well just keep working at this, you know? And how close are we? Alright, so if we win the next match... Yeah, the next match, it's a dub. Then Yeah, if it's a dub, then I get to track 20. Then I have to go all the way up again in order to try to get the artifacts. But I mean, it's good getting this out of the way. Wait, is there... I need to see if there's any chest runs going, because I can get one of the journeys done too. Dynasty Merc. It's first. What time is it? It's almost 3. What did I get? Quintessence. Like consumable stuff. Reward potions. I was gonna save my OPR caches and open that with my musket build. Just in hopes that maybe I can get some free gear. I really need to level up my spear though so I can start using Scorpion Sting. I need it. I got lucky enough to pull it. I might as well try to get it leveled up. This build holds up fine, it's just the slash damage hurts so bad. Because I don't think I have any slash conditioning, do I? No, I don't. Double check. I'm pretty sure I just mainly have strike, just because that's what I happen to have found. Yeah, I have a ton of strike conditioning and strike ward, so... I mean, hammers and flails and stuff don't hurt, but... everything else does. Well, okay. Thrust damage doesn't really hurt that bad. Block for the team here. Hopefully there's a circle that'll come up here. Those are enemy circles. Alright, good job team. We have a really strong front line it seems. There you. Stop CCing me. Thank you for the heal. I was really hoping someone was gonna get me with one. Well, damage reduction for the team. It can make a really big difference. Just because, like, if they don't have that damage reduction and we do, we can just take so much more damage overall, you know? Nice. I'm glad I light attacked, didn't heavy. Big heavy. That was a huge lunge with that heavy attack. I didn't realize that was a healer there. Oh, we didn't have anyone go for our spawn, that's why we have a lot of people here. Yeah, I don't think he was getting away. Someone used their vines even. Get him, he's in his inventory. not gonna chase. I hate chasing the heavy. I refuse. We really need a respawn to go to our spawn though. We have someone PvE and go camp the point, please. Thank you. I'm so excited for the new Great Axe though. It's gonna be awesome. 12 spins without actually having to hit anyone. Big heavy. I think this one has the trenching crits on it. Right? Is that what I have? Yeah. Going. Jump them. I think we just stay here for now. Jump. That's fine. If I can distract long enough for them to just not immediately take it, that's fine with me. Yeah, we're dragging 3 of them around the outpost. And there's a door on this side, so we're at least slowing a couple of them down. I don't know where he was going with that. Alright, team. He's falling back to the sun. Good. Just running. Not gonna be able to catch him. Aaron in 3, we got time. It's fine. I'm just gonna let him run. Not able to get to his teammate to help. I have a lot here. Oy. Yeah, I'm dead. Do they ever respawn on our backline or on our side? I haven't really gone there yet. I'm assuming they do because everyone's kind of avoiding it. This isn't good. We need to regroup. We can win the frontline push if we have everyone, but we're really staggered. So I'm just gonna go star, cap star, and then probably go Baron after that. Is there a respawn or is there just doors? Weird. I wonder if they're repairing. Can you just throw that through the ground? Can you do that? Team. I'm not going Baron. I need to take care of this. This is really important. Send the light armors. Yeah. They're all on Baron, so get rid of this. And then do we have anyone there? Okay. Well, this isn't good. I wasn't gonna make that anyways, even if I would have headed there. And then of course they got the back capper on it. Let's just go cap Sun and then hunker down on Sun, I guess. Their back cap, if they win, it's their back cap winning it for them. And I'll stay in your ice shower. I don't mind. If we push too far out though, and they come in the backside like that, we're gonna screw ourselves over. Our team's overextending, maybe? Ah! Use your great axe against me, guy. You just don't know that that's the better choice. Our team a little overextended here. Oh, I got shield bashed. Broke his stam. I need to try to fight on point though, slow them from getting that. Oh, that was delayed. Okay, I need one more bag from Baron here. Do you have 25 Azoth, guy? You had more than that. This is really important that I get this. Dang it. I didn't time that right, did I? I hope for the best on this one. I think I lit that way too early though. Not bad. Need more A's, huh? Lit that way too early. There we go. Redemption. Redemption keg. I kinda wish you could double click to pick that stuff up, or to buy that stuff, you know? Kind of a little quality of life thing that's not like a huge deal, but would be kind of handy just to speed up the process, you know? Stammed out, someone can catch him. I'm not gonna catch him though. What's the likelihood that I can place this in Lita? And that it now survives. I think it's gonna die. Yeah, it died. I have to try it. I've had it work before. You just have to get really lucky that they don't pay attention. That guy had a good dodge. Oh, the bag! Keep going. Gonna get on the point team. Oh. Which direction he was gonna go with that. Nice, good dead knight. They're gonna be coming behind us. Either that or they're going to back cap. They're gonna go to back cap, aren't they? Well, one of them is. What? I got the hit marker. How stupid. I got the hit marker for my shield bash, but it didn't shield bash. That definitely, like on EU, that happens for me often. Definitely happens like more often. Next Baron's really important. So I think this will get me... I mean, if we can win, this will get me to track 20. Which is the goal of the day here. It'll get us really close. Even if we lose, it's going to get me really, really close. So I'm happy with that. The heck? I guess... What is that? Am I the only one seeing that because of my lag, or is that actually someone, like, bugged out? I got one. I traded. That's fine. They were... Yeah, they're all really low. Come on, team, clean them up. Good work. Yeah, we win that. I'll take a trade. I'll definitely take a trade. Got Baron in a minute 15, so we're gonna take Sun and then we have to go Baron. We actually all have to go Baron this time too. I'm assuming they're gonna try to get Portal, right? Yeah, we don't have anyone going, so I bet they're gonna grab Portal and go to our spawn with it. Alright, team. Let's go Baron. I need to go there anyways because I'm heavy armor. It's gonna take me a little longer. This guy, he must have a lot of freedom. Maybe that's what happened before. That very well could be the case. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them here. There we go, team. Good follow-up. There we go. A little heavy attack. Nice, good work. There's still a lot of them here, though. The Baron's very important. You can play this kind of safe. I'm gonna collect some bags. Nice. We got lucky. Okay, so that time, I don't even know. That was crazy. I did not think I actually hit him. I got the hit marker and then, yeah, that was really bad desync. It's not fair, he screamed to me. You go Sun. You can quit fighting here and go to Sun. Try to get the 2-cap for as long as we can. They're important. Nice. That healer saved my life. If that healer wasn't there, I was dead. Our team's showing up now. Nice. Whoa. No lag. Pain the two. Why are you screaming me? This guy's gonna get our team killed. Maybe. I don't have any more. That's all I got, Captain. That was so delayed. Oh, I get shield bashed. Alright. You're gonna repair this. So their team has to take Sun in order to win. I almost think we just fall back and hold Sun. I don't know how many they have, I guess. Stupid screams. Holding that. Dang it. It's probably not worth running all the way back at this point. Thank you. Leave me alone. Thank you. I need to go get my keg. I'll be back. This is very important. Trust me. This could make or break the game here. Actually, it probably won't matter, but I still want to do it. Set that. I don't want it to go too early. I'm still shoving them quite a bit. Your team's beating them. Fine, I'll light it for you, guy. Come back. Never mind. It's not gonna matter. It's a shame. My shield bash didn't actually go off. I'm just gonna right click here. Protect the team. Why? Quit vinesing me. It's annoying. GG on this one, I suppose. Even though it wasn't red, I saw him do it and I still walked into it. My bad. Can you not? GG on that one. That last Baron was the make or break for us. I'm glad the team rallied together for it. I'll take 8 and 3. I will take that. Yeah, heavy armor game today is pretty decent. I'll take it. Oh. Dang it. Just got juked by this thing. Yeah. Alright. I'm now to the point where I can actually start farming up some PvP artifacts. I like that. That feels very good to be at that point. Alright, I am going to head back to Brimstone here. Okay, pay my upkeep taxes. I guess I didn't need to pay that, but did it anyways. I'm good for a week. Alright, I think I'm going to call stream right there. I'm still pretty tired just for my trip. Still needing to get some good sleep and stuff. I slept a bit last night, but still... it was a long weekend. Fun weekend, but long. So that is gonna do it for today. So thank you very much to everyone who's hanging out. I know I was gone for a few days there. Like I said though, in Discord, the week should be pretty normal. So I'll be live tomorrow, and then Wednesday, Thursday, probably gonna take off just to work on video stuff and some other stuff. But we'll see. I might end up streaming one of those days just since I took some time off last week. But I'll update everyone over on Discord. So thanks again to everyone who's hanging out, all the follows, subs, and all that fun stuff. And I will see everyone tomorrow. So have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.